Could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like.
Nicotina's mom! Oh yeah! Nicotina's mom!
You're watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Why don't you set aside an hour or two? We'll have a few drinks and a cup of coffee. I don't drink.
You are watching Poindexter Lounge.
Hi, you're watching Poindexter Lounge. I'm choking on chicken.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
I just want to thank you for being here and being my friend. It's always good to have someone you could count on. And I'm glad you're that for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
The Incredible Hulk will not be presented this evening.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. I swung and I just totally knocked you into a blurry state there for a second, didn't I? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is great to have you with me in the lounge tonight. Welcome to the number one show all about entertainment news. We already messed it up. Sorry. Hey, you know what? That's the show. Thanks for being here. I screwed it up, and I don't think that I can face another day. So thanks for being here. Bye. I'm just messing. Hey, you know what? It's all right, because I was actually going to make a joke that we're the number one entertainment news show called Poindexter Lounge, starring me and my crew. And we're just glad you're here. All right. You know what? We may not be the best. We may not be the most streamlined, but we have a lot of fun. And you know what? We do it with style. That's right. Just like Buzz said, we fall with style, which means we're flying. All right. So, hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is, what is it, boys and girls? Can I hear you? Can you tell me? Oh, that's right. It's a place for nerds. That's right. It's a place for you and me, a place where we can get together and talk about all the things that we love, like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those are things that get you excited, if those are things that get you out of bed, or keep you out of bed because you stay up to watch this show, or I don't know, people watch a show all over the world. So it's some people are staying up late to watch a show. Some people find this show right within their wheelhouse. And then that's people out on the West Coast. The people on the West Coast, this is right in their wheelhouse. Come on about 9:30. They're good. They get to sleep a normal life and everything. They, even if the show's on 3 or 4 hours, that's 12, 1 o'clock. So they're still good. They're still good. It's the rest of us who suffer. It's the rest of us who suffer. Really. Or, maybe you're on the other side of the planet and you're watching us during the day. And hey, that's even better. So, hey, but wherever you're watching us, whatever you're doing, if those things are the things that get you excited, then hey, what? Hit that subscribe button. Please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell. Join this ever-growing, wonderful group of nerds. I tell you what, you will never find a better community than what we have here at the Poindexter Lounge. You guys are fantastic. I love the way you conduct yourselves. We have a chat that just conducts itself in such a wonderful way, having conversations, even when you guys start giving each other a hard time or ribbing each other about whatever. It's always respectful and on the up and up. And that's the thing. That's what the lounge was created to be. It was created to be a place just where I would hang out with my friends and mess with each other and give each other a hard time because, hey, you're a DC fan and you're a Marvel fan, or you're a Star Wars fan and you're a Star Trek fan, and vice versa, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, we still walk away friends, and we still walk away with a hug, a fist bump, and hey, see you next time. Right. And so that's what the lounge is about. So if you're down with that, then hey, you belong here. All right. So hit that subscribe button. And also, if you I've been saying, and I'm always going to remind you now, if you've been subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube does crazy things and unsubscribes people, and just, it is what it is. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Thank you to all of our patrons. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you to everyone who gives super chats. You guys keep the place going. You keep the place alive. And for that, we are eternally grateful. Especially right now, every little bit, it just means so much to us and makes a difference right now for us. is I'm looking for employment. So appreciate that and appreciate you all. But thank you guys for that. And then, of course, we cannot forget our wonderful. Whoops. It didn't play. What in the world? Thank you to the wonderful members here. I'll just rewind it. Thank you to the members. There it is. We're on tonight. Hey, it's Friday night. We're chilling, relaxing, maxing all cool, shooting some b-ball, shooting some b-ball outside of the school. Look at all those members. Look at that. That's a production in and of itself, and that's awesome. And so I'm thankful for all of you guys. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. You guys are awesome. I wanted to give a couple people another chance to get their names in. So tomorrow night, actually, we will give this bad boy away, Batman: The Long Halloween. So, of course, all you have to do is to qualify for our giveaways is be a patron, be a member, or give a super chat at any time, and your name is automatically in the running for our giveaway. And this is the giveaway right here, courtesy of Mark at Benson's Emporium. So there you go. Thank you. All right, guys. That's the stuff. Also, follow us on social media. All right. If you're not following us on social media, do it. We're on all the socials. We're even on the Facebook. We got a Facebook group that you can join. We got a Twitch, which is pretty cool. And let's see where I don't have a link for the Discord. I'll have to grab a link for the Discord. Here in a minute, but I'll put the link to the Discord here in a second. But yeah, we have Discord. Obviously, we're here on YouTube. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram. We're on all the fun stuff, right? So join up with that, all right? And let's keep the conversation going long after these videos are done and between videos, all right? Today, I took you guys on a journey with me. We went shopping together. I took you guys to Target. We were driving. We did some little bit of nerd encouragement today and had a good old time. And so thanks to everyone who joined that stream. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I always like taking you guys with me places. Say hello to people in the chat. What's up? Anthony says hello, Enosh. Ann needs to stop lying. They don't give the fans what they want. Anakin returning is amazing for Ahsoka. We'll be talking about that tonight. Blake Taylor says, hey, Enosh, have a good stream. I think Anakin in Ahsoka is awesome because of potential Force Ghost flashback possibilities. I'm also hoping for a Luke, Ahsoka, and Anakin scene. Pick your canon. Brian Master and None is here. What's up, Todd Fair in the house? What's up, Elmo? Good to see you, Elmo. Always good to see Elmo in the house. La 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 la. Elmo's here. Good to see you, man. Frank E. What's up, Frank E? This is Brian. I caught a little of your Noms episode 2 live the other day. Nice. I was driving, getting hungry. So there you go. Brian's in the back smiling right now, by the way, Frank. He's grinning ear to ear. So I like to see that. I like to see you guys supporting our good friends here at the channel. What's up, Bradley? Good to see you. What's up? Spherical Man says, so I didn't get what I wanted. Where's my Booster Gold Blue Beetle movie and or show? And hi, Enosh. Yeah, I'm here too. Anthony Grigsby from Down Under. There he is. Says, hello, fellow lounge lizards. Your shirt's on its way. I think it takes a little bit longer to get to you because you're down in Australia. But I think if I remember right, I think it's by the end of the first week of November, I think that it gets to you. So they have to create it. So they have to make it and then send it to you. So Protoss X is here, says sup lounge, sup Protoss, or Protoss. Let's see who else is here. Anthony Beltray is in the house tonight. Heck yeah, he is. He's holding it down. He's holding down the fort here. Thank you so much. Jimmy is here. What's going on? Jimmy says, how we doing, Enosh and my nerd family? Hope everyone's doing good tonight and this morning. Yes, we're doing well. Thank you so much, man. Paul Smith is here. Says, what's up, Enosh? Hope you and the Fee fam are good. What's up, my nerd fam lounge lizards? Yeah, heck yeah, we're all good. Anthony Grigsby here with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Says, hey, Enosh and everyone in the chat. How awesome is it that we'll see Anakin in the Ahsoka series? Great to see Hayden back. Hope everyone is well. Yeah. It's very, very interesting that we're seeing him come back like this, that like all this all of a sudden this Hayden Christensen stuff. And look, even before we get into this tonight, look, I have said a few times that Hayden didn't necessarily impress me in the prequels. I'll be honest with you. I mean, he had these bright moments, but I'm not impressed with him as an actor, or at least haven't been up to this point. So I'm hoping that maybe some time has passed, and with some good direction, he can actually bring us something that's good and worthy. Because I'll be honest with you, the Clone Wars cartoon is what really fleshed Anakin out for a lot of people, and I think that that's what gave everybody a really a better experience with Anakin Skywalker than what was in the movies. Because what was in the movies was just very stiff and very hard to watch at times. So stories there. I'm glad for the story. I'm glad for the fact that they exist. But all things being honest, I think Clone Wars is what really did. That's what gives me hope for it, because Clone Wars, of course, made by Dave Filoni, and this is Dave Filoni. So making this decision. So what's up, Tiff-tastic? Tiff-tastic is here. What's up, baby girl? What's up, Tony? Says, hey, Tiff. Sorry, dropping the C-bomb. I just love saying so. So here is where I would like to address the people who watch the show and are so concerned with what I have on the show. Yes, we showed a clip from an English show. Somebody sent me a clip, and I showed it, and it was like a game show, and they were putting up letters, and they randomly spelled that word out. And look, it is what it is, but we have an international audience, and it's like even he explained to me tonight, like for him where he's at, that word isn't as explosive as it is here necessarily in the Midwest of the United States. And I've even explained to people, like there are certain words that I could use here in the United States that nobody would care about, but in England, they'd be like dropping an F-bomb. So that's just all to say.
I'd like to apologize to anyone I've not offended yet. Please be patient. I'll get to you shortly.
So we still love you, Tony. We still love you, man. For sure. Let's see. Dat Dude Vince is in the house. What's going on? Dat Dude Vince is here. Antonio. I love saying his name. Antonio. I love it. What's up, y'all? He says, Goober is here. Goober 316. Good to see you, man. You got the super punch going. Oh yeah. Let's see. Yes. One day, Anthony, the Incredible Hulk will play, and you'll all be surprised. Now, did you guys catch my the new intro instead of the Ryan Reynolds singing that it was Deadpool? Did you guys catch that? I just throwing something funny in there. Let's see. Anybody else here before I go into this? What's up, Rational Skeptic? Says DC Fandome needs to turn into Warner Fandome so they can show off all Warner related properties. Yeah, just make it a Warner Brothers thing, because there wasn't enough DC stuff. DC Game of Thrones, see Matrix, Harry Potter. So it seems less underwhelming. That's a very good point. What's up, N Nadozi, or excuse me, N Nadozi. T Nadozi, good to see you. So sup, Enosh and everyone, good to see you, man. Let's see, Katsuka, good to see you, Katsuka 92. The long Halloween, day 45. It has been a long Halloween. What's up, Sean? Good to see you, man. Comic Book Fam 89. He was coming with some facts, man, last night. It was good stuff. And even today, it says, got my Zack Snyder Justice League 4K today and my Zack Snyder Black Suit Superman Funko today. That's awesome. Good to know. Love that. Let's see. I just jumped again. Love StreamYard. Anthony Beltre asked me, Enosh, who is better actor, The Rock or Hayden? If you're going to give me that to choose from, I would have to go with The Rock. I would have to go with The Rock. Just on acting alone, I think that that The Rock is a better actor. We'll ask Brian. We'll ask Brian as soon as he comes in here. He's pointing his finger at me for some reason. I don't know. He's kind of, I don't know if he's upset about that one, I don't know. He's like ranting and raving back there. He's acting like a madman. I think he's going to break his camera or something. What's up, Marcus? Says Enosh Luke Skywalker is also going to be in the Ahsoka series. It's obvious now. Why would they make Luke a major part of season 2 finale of Mandalorian? It's so obvious. Plus, he hasn't met Ahsoka, or at least that we know of, right? At least that we know of. What's up, Cherie? Says Enosh Nerd Encouragement was. Hello, my friend. It was good to see you excited about the Halloween party. Heck yeah, man. I'm excited. We got a Halloween party tomorrow, and we're hoping to connect with some people and have some fun. So definitely looking forward to that. Let's see here. Yes, long live the Filoni-verse, the Favaloni-verse, I should say. What's up? D. Richards says, never far away from my fam. I'm so excited for all the amazing stuff in the next few months. It's the holidays. It is holidays. It's going to be fun. Yep. Tiffany spent 5 hours cleaning today. Yeah, Blue Kermit. It's funny that you say that because everybody calls him Blue Kermit, and like he's got videos literally saying, "I'm not Blue Kermit. I'm what's his name? I can't remember his name. Gary. I think his name is Gary or something like, or Greg. To get that for you guys and make sure that you know that because you're going to be probably seeing more videos of that frog. What's up, Music Man? Says I love that drop. Yeah, me too. It's a cool drop. What's up, Anthony Casali? Says Yo Enosh, my favorite guy. How's it hanging? Well. What's up, Big Dub? Good to see you. Says hi, everybody. Good to see you. H. Bartz is in the house. Says hey, Enosh with the Defoe face. It's like Defoe's playing like guitar. He's like playing a real sick lick. You know, he's like getting into it. Tiffany with the aloha, the Richard. Yes. Love that. H. Bartz with the $5 super chat says, I gave Elmo his figure. Awesome. Elmo, I hope that you enjoy that, man. I hope that you enjoyed the figure. Elmo won one of our figures here, the Bruce Wayne. And so, well, not the Bruce Wayne, I'm sorry, the Thomas Wayne Batman. And so glad that you enjoy that. All right, I think that is everyone. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Cherie's like, oh, Tiff, oh my God, girl, you are an angel. She is. She's so awesome. All right. Okay, so now we are going to move along. I'm going to remove this so that everything runs smoothly. And ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to bring to the broadcast somebody that you love. I love him. I actually found a new drop for him, but I haven't loaded it yet. So I'm just going to play this drop for him to bring him in. Ladies and gentlemen, the man, he's ranting and raving in the backstage. I don't know if he was upset, if he was agreeing with me. I couldn't tell what really his problem was. Maybe he was just having a spasm, and who knows? Maybe he's rushing to try to get his nephews out of the room. Who knows? I don't know. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brian, Master of None.
You've reached the voicemail of Brian, the man with the world's largest brain. It's only one letter off. It's not brain, it's Brian. You've reached Brian. Leave a message.
Uh-oh.
How dare you, sir?
Uh-oh. What did I do?
Rock, a better actor than Hayden Christensen? It's not Hayden Christensen's fault George Lucas doesn't know how to direct actors. Okay? I'm sorry Star Wars ruined his career. All I'm saying is that The Rock has one gear, and that's The Rock.
But at least it's good gear and get you from point A to point B.
It's going to be the Rock Black Adam. It's the Black Adam Rock. You know what I mean?
I'm just telling you, Brian.
Skyscraper Rock.
Yeah, but at least the Rock, you know you're going to get there, right? With like Hayden, you feel like you're going to crash along the way. I'm just saying.
Well, my problem is I don't think Hayden got a fair shake because right after he did one of his best performances, he ended up being in Star Wars. Okay. And then after that, everybody proceeded to just openly dump on the poor guy to where he quit acting for years. Okay. So yes, The Rock has a bigger body of work. The Rock is a bigger draw, but I'm just saying when it actually comes to acting talent, Hayden Christensen has it in spades. Sorry. I just disagree.
Well, Brian, this is what I have to say to that.
So just chill out. Drink a 7-Up, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
I don't know about that.
Well, is this more up your alley?
That is a joke. I get it. It is not funny, but I get it.
I love their relationship. I'm just gonna say, whoever said, you know, we're gonna take Jadzia Dax and Worf and put them together, brilliance. It was a shame that she ended up having to leave the show because it kind of forced her off. It was messed up, actually. Terry Farrell, great actress.
So I'm gonna start off the show tonight with a hot take, and I'm not gonna get much into it because I'm not going to not to be taken as my official review of the film. But a lot of you have been asking me. But Paul, isn't that the point? Like, if you're crying crocodile tears, they're not real tears.
I'm just saying, Hayden Christensen.
That's what I'm saying. If you're crying crocodile tears, they're not real tears. It's forced tears. It's fake tears. That's what crocodile tears are. So if they're fake tears, yeah, I'm sorry. I've seen Life as a House.
Yes, that was the Ryza episode where they all go to the Pleasure Planet.
Yeah. But okay, so I will just say this before y'all come at me now, because I know that there's tons of fans. I know that y'all love it. Look, I know that the second that William gets word of this, I better duck and run, Brian. I'm gonna duck and run.
Yeah.
Tonight we were a little bit later because I watched Dune. Or at least I really tried to watch Dune. I mean, I watched it, but man, it was rough.
So you're saying you gave it the old college try?
Dude, okay, so I watched it. I got up at the end because I was like, I got to start the show. I can't do this anymore, right? Like, I was just like, I got to get up. Like, I gotta go do this. And I literally get up, start making a coffee, and then like I walked into the room here, and the family, all of a sudden I hear them all like scurrying about, and they're all laughing and talking and stuff. And Landon, who fell asleep like literally the first 20 minutes into it and was snoring, is like trying to explain to Isaac, like, oh no, I saw it. Like I saw it. It was no, I was awake. Like he was into it.
Oh man. I haven't seen it yet. I'm like, I don't know, man.
Okay.
Should I put it on for sleep aid tonight? Like,
I'm telling you, I'm about to add it to my. So you guys don't know. I started a second channel, kind of on the down low a little bit, doing like sleep music and nature sounds and stuff like that. And so I'm telling you, I might have to add the sounds of Dune the movie to my get a relaxing deep sleep thing. Look, I'm not trying to mock the movie, but like literally Landon was snoring and stuff. So I hear the family up scurrying about, and like I peeked my head out and I was like, "So did you guys give up on it too?" And they all said, "Well, no, it's done." And I went, "What? It's done?" Like, how is it done? There's no way that movie could be done. I literally got up thinking that there was at least 45 minutes to an hour left because of the sequence. Now, I get it. It's supposed to be a part one. And I will just say this. First of all, I'll give it to Isaac. Isaac absolutely loves it. Now he wants to read the book. So his thing. Okay. Like, I'm not crapping on your fandom if I say that I just didn't enjoy Dune. I may even give it another old college try at some point, but man, like I just felt like here's my problem. Like I always like looked at Dune, like the old stuff, as just being, man, it just seemed like so. I knew I was in for something, Brian, when like they literally took the first few minutes and had to literally explain everything about like what it was about. I felt, and I was just like, uh oh. This may not be for me. And like everybody who talks literally kind of like mumbles everything, and they're like talking really fast, and they're doing all these things, like they're talking to themselves, and it's like, what did they say? Like, what are they
afraid to watch? Like Game of Thrones, I'm afraid to watch because it's like you have to turn up your TV hella loud to hear that, and then when the action comes on, your TV's just like knocking stuff off the shelves because it's so damn loud.
I was just like, what are they talking about? Like, what does she even say? What does that even mean? Like they're saying something. I'm like, what the heck does that even mean? I have no idea what they're talking about here. And they're explaining this people and that people and this thing's going on. And I'm like, there is a lot here to unpack. That's why I think I gotta watch it a second time just to make sure. But I'll tell you this, like I said, not crapping on anybody's thing. If you love it, I'm happy for you. I would never crap on your thing. I'm just saying. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Jimmy says here, I agree with you. Enosh had the exact same experience watching Dune today. Yeah, I get it. That's what they tell me, is that there's a lot of world building. Paul says here, there's a lot of world building with this world building in this one. The second one is going to blow you away. That's if they make the second one, because like that's my concern with it after that I just don't know that that's not gonna it's not a movie, Brian, honestly, that just seems like it's gonna catch fire to me. Like the diehard fans are gonna love this because they seem to really love it, right? I don't know if this movie is gonna catch up, but I'm gonna watch it again. I'm gonna go through it again and try to do my due diligence to bring you a proper oversight and review before I just tell you that I'm just not down with it. Honestly, too, I'm kind of concerned that I don't like Chalamet. Like, I don't think I like him as an actor in general. Yeah. Yeah.
Man. All right.
So,
Well, I'm going to watch tomorrow.
So now the whole Willy Wonka thing. Yeah. So now the Willy Wonka thing's got me a little like concerned too.
If he has to sing, I'm out. Like,
Dune, hey, Andy R here says, yeah, Dune was a snore fest. UDSuck says Dune ASMR.
Right.
Sheree says, I'm still excited for Dune. I read the book. See, there it is.
Yeah, I never read the book on that one. Maybe one of these days when I have an Audible credit, I'll have to get it.
Yeah, neither did I. Sheree here says, oh boy, William incoming. Rational Skeptic says Dune was good. See, look, ain't nothing. Fake it until you make it. Justice for Hayden, love it, Brian. Let's see. So big dub step here. So this is a good question, and I think Brian and I have to tackle this one.
I did kind of answer it in the chat. And
you did? Okay.
It's gonna sound weird, and this is. It's kind of like most TV shows, but Star Trek: The Next Generation is a good place to start because there's a lot of meat and potatoes in the 3 shows that are associated with that, plus the 4 movies. So, I mean, it's a good place to start. And then, once you start, you can go back, watch Enterprise, and then up through the original series. I just think, like, if you're not accustomed to 60s television, the original series is, I don't know. I can't get through the original series, to be honest with you.
I like the idea of the original series.
Mm-hmm. No, everything's cool. It's just like it's dated TV though. Like I just can't.
That's the problem. Is like I like the concept. I think it's fine, but
well, it's also one of those things like where we got past like that technologically. Like we got past knobs and dials. In
right.
In the
even
the
women
80s,
in like mini skirts, like what? Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like there's certain things about that show that are like, I don't want to use the word cringe, but it's like it's kind of hard to be like, oh, but at least Star Trek: The Next Generation, they have flat screen panels. I mean, a lot of that technology is stuff that you see, the genesis of today. So I mean, Star Trek: The Next Generation is a good place to start.
It is a good place to start. Also, I think Star Trek: Wrath of Khan is a good place to start.
That's also another
Star Trek 2. I wouldn't start with Star Trek 1 because Star Trek 1 it's kind of like Dune for
well, unless you're like on some kind of hallucinogen or something when you're going into V'ger. Other than that, it's just like no.
Once you're into the lore, once you're into the lore of Star Trek, you can go back and watch Star Trek 1 because the concept for Star Trek 1 is actually very smart. The idea of I don't want to spoil it, I guess, for a movie that's
79
42 years old. But the concept for it is cool. It's just a lot of it was the spectacle of it, like because it was 1979, 1980, that they wanted to just like make it look cool. Like, so a lot of it is just them kind of staring out, looking at the Enterprise. Look, it's the Enterprise in a movie now, and so it's just a lot of that, just kind of looking at stuff in colors and psychedelic weird stuff, and yeah. But what I would tell you to first do is if you're going to watch any original series episode, watch the episodes with Khan, right? Watch the episode with Khan, which was called
Space Seed.
Space Seed. Yeah, it's called Space Seed. So you can watch that original one from the 60s.
You could cherry pick some of the original series. Yeah.
Yeah. But Space Seed, if you watch Space Seed, that will get you up to date. Like, you'll understand like everybody's position, right? Like Kirk, Spock, who everybody is. And then also you'll understand who Khan is. True. And then that way, when you get into that movie, because the movie is just kick butt, no matter what. But you'll understand Khan as a character and what his motivation is in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. And then you could watch the rest of the movie straight on through, and you'll get it. It'll make total sense, and it'll be good. And yeah, that's where I would say. Tian Dozier says, "What Enosh or Poindexter Lounge, was it really that rough?" Yeah. Unfortunately for me, especially since it was chopped up. Yeah. Cause I'm still in absolute disbelief that was the end, Brian. Like I'm still like, I get it. Like, but I will say this does make a lot more sense now, because everybody's saying that it's an absolute travesty that they didn't have like the second one ready to go. Like that they didn't film it back to back. And now I understand that, because that could be the big problem. I know I saw somebody said that Ann Sarnoff said that they're getting a sequel. So it'll definitely happen then, because Ann Sarnoff said. But even if not, like the thing about that is like, for them now to have to try to get that up and going again, to get that whole production up and going.
Oh yeah.
I don't know like how they spend that much money again. If this doesn't like really just nail it at the box office, they should have done them back to back, especially with a story that you have to have at least like, so many movies to tell the story, Brian. Like, like that's why Lord of the Rings, man, they're like, yeah, we know we're going to do 3, no matter what, we're going to do 3, boom, boom, boom. Right. You just do them. So I don't know. Spherical Man says, sounds like the old Dune. Yeah.
Minus Patrick Stewart.
Cherie says, subtitles, people. Subtitles. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't like to read my movies, thank you.
Watch it with headphones. But doesn't that negate the fact of watching it then on my big screen? Like, yeah. I know, Cherie. I totally, yeah.
Oh, you do what you do is you watch it in theater mode in your Oculus.
Ooh.
It'd be like you're actually there.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. I'm not even going to get Paul Smith says it's okay, Enosh. Not everyone is perfect. Let's see. Ann Sarnoff has said they're making the sequel. Antonio says, I never read the books, but I'm going to watch it anyways. Music Man says, I don't like him either, Enosh. Thank you. Chalamet just like it was like whatever. Yeah, Spherical Man says, Ann also said DC fans got everything they wanted. And that's what we're going to talk about tonight, right?
Good old Ann delivering smiles one day at a time.
Yeah, so, there's that too, right?
Yeah.
Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, Andy says Timothy Chalamet has no range. I'm sorry. Let's see here. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, Nick. Just trying to get through some of these here. Nerd Costa Nostra says, love 50s, 60s TV, like Star Trek, Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, Get Smart. Oh, dude. Yeah, there's definitely some good things in there. It's just sometimes like it's, rational.
On the wing.
No, rational. We're not going to start him with Star Trek Nemesis. or what was the one right before that?
Insurrection.
Insurrection. Definitely don't start him with Insurrection. That is like, no.
Oh, the Batu. Yeah, heck yeah, dude. It's cool.
Yeah, we do have some fun topics tonight for you, but I'm about ready to have my butt handed to me. You ready? What's up, Bell Reeve? What's going on?
Hey, what's happening?
Bell? Good to see you. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is. He came out of the shadows. Just like Oh, you know what? Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, but it's going to be so worth it to play this this drop for him. Hold on a second here. Go ahead, Brian. Do something. Do something fun.
Do something fun? Okay. All right. Let's see here. There we go. Boom. Boom. All right. We're there.
The next one.
All right. Here we go.
Okay.
Oops.
There we go.
Sorry about that. Pizza the Hut here.
That's interesting, Brian.
I'm here to talk about some pizza and the effects on the brain. If you eat too much pizza, you turn into pizza. I've seen it.
I got to bring this guy in. Where is it? Hold on a second. Hold on. But I had to have this drop because I'm gonna have my butt handed to me here in just a second.
Let's bring it.
Yeah, hold on a second here.
Yeah, I know. I had one job. I'm sorry, guys.
I tried to give him a chance, folks. I tried to give him a chance. You know, you got to train the next generation, right?
That's why it's called the Poindexter Lounge and not Brian.
No, we love it. Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks. As soon as this loads, our good friend coming in here now.
The next one to interrupt me is a dead man.
There's William.
That could have been much worse than it usually is. Given your library, I wouldn't know what the hell to expect.
So have you heard the show so far?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay.
The problem. Remember a long time ago when they were making this movie, I told you it was going to have its struggles simply because a lot of people weren't going to connect with the IP. It is a hard, high-end IP to get. So it doesn't surprise me when I hear some people that it just wasn't for them. Yeah. And that's a risk you take when you make a movie like this. You're not making it for box office. You make movies like this for prestige. And if they do make it too, it's not going to have anything to do with box office. It's going to have to do with Oscar, award season, views on HBO Max, things like that. It's not going to be a box office decision entirely. So, but no, we went with the people that out of the 100 people we took with us. There were several people that didn't understand a lot of it, didn't understand the weight of a lot of it. It's a lot to pack into that movie. So no, it doesn't surprise me that you had those issues at all.
Okay. Yeah, like I just found myself sitting there going, no, come on, I really wanted to like this. Because I've never watched the original. Every time I've caught it occasionally, and I've just never watched it all the way through. And so I kept finding myself going, no, come on, that looked boring. I wanted this to be really cool and awesome and just capture me and just I like Dune like everybody else, man. Like I'm a cool kid, like all the cool kids.
See, I hate Dune. I hate the concept of Dune. I think the books are boring. I think the previous iterations of it are an embarrassment to science fiction. So for me to be wowed by what I saw, that's different because I came into it, like I said, and it is the director. The director is the main factor between the other ones, which are a joke, and the one I saw Tuesday night, which is an epic. It is him. So if anything he gets from this, he deserves as far as considerations for best movie, best director. He deserves them because he is the difference maker between the other ones that have tried, in my opinion, failed.
Yeah. T. Endozi here says, I have never watched Star Wars. Where should I start? Dude, okay, so this is it. You go 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9.
If you're old like us, yes, but it depends on how old you are.
No. If you've never watched Star Wars, listen. I love those guys. Do not listen to them. I don't care what they say. I may not like Dune, but if there's one thing I know, It's Star Wars. I don't care when you were born. I don't care who you are. I don't care how you look at it. If you say anything else, you're flat wrong. I love you, but you're wrong. You always start episodes 4, 5, and 6. You meet the main middle characters, because if you start a new person on the path of 1, 2, and 3, they will lose interest halfway through the Phantom Menace. You cannot do that to someone. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen too much. And then by the time people got to episode 4, they were like, why didn't you start me on this? I have always told people, you start 4, 5, and 6. That introduces you to Luke, Han, Leia, the main characters, the tried and true thing that captured everyone's heart, everyone's imagination, everyone's excitement for the characters. 1, 2, and 3 are there to serve 4, 5, and 6. That's simple and plain. 1, 2, and 3 are there to serve 4, 5, and 6 because you see the backstory of what set up 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, and 6, you got Star Wars: A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Then you go back and you watch 1, 2, and 3, and it explains to you. Plus, if you've never watched Star Wars, you don't do that to someone because you don't know where they're at with certain reveals that have absolutely no impact at all if you watch 1, 2, and 3 first. Just saying. You don't do that to somebody. You don't take that away from somebody. You don't take that moment away from somebody or the potential of that moment. Even if maybe they've heard it in pop culture or whatever, if you do it the other way, it totally takes away the reveal. It totally takes away that moment, the power of that moment. Don't do that to anybody. And then you watch 7, 8, 9. And then, I mean, if you really wanted to, you go back, watch, Rogue One, before 7, 8, 9 and watch, Solo, but you can always go back and watch Rogue One and Solo to fill in the story between, some of the story between, episode 3 and episode 4. But we're going to have a watch party here for Solo here coming up, pretty soon. So look for that. So I love these guys and I'll bring them back in, but sorry. Nope.
I wasn't into that.
What's that?
No, that you are giving what is not a wrong answer, but you're giving it from your point of view. I've turned on plenty of people that are in Star Wars from episode 1, 2, and 3.
Dude, my life has been spent. My life has been spent turning people on to Star Wars, and everybody who's ever watched episode 1 first, they've lost interest.
I've had a completely different experience when I've done it. And to note that I haven't met a mammal in the state I live in or I have lived in that didn't know coming into Star Wars who Darth Vader was, and they still watch 1, 2, and 3. They're fun.
Well, I have. I was on a date with a girl and took her to see The Empire Strikes Back
with a girl.
With a very cool girl, not just any girl. She was a very cool girl, and when certain revelations happened, she looked at me. She went, "Is that true?" And I went, "You didn't know that?" And she's like, "No, I never heard." This was a girl, man. She rocked out. She played guitar. She was super hip. She was super cool. She just didn't know Star Wars. We take it for granted. And I'm just telling you that, oh man, no, I get what you're saying. But it's just not meant to be. And here's the point. If you French fry when you're supposed to pizza, you're going to have a bad time.
Okay.
Don't French fry.
All right.
Don't French fry when you're supposed to pizza.
Allow me to provide my rebuttal. Okay, so I could understand episode 1. I could even see episode 2.
3. Boy.
But at least start them off on 3.
No.
Dude,
Why would you start in the middle? That makes no sense, Brian.
Why would you start on episode 4? It's in the middle too.
That's the middle.
Because it's not.
That's the beginning for you.
No, that's the beginning of the main story of the main characters that carry on and are the meat of the story. Episodes 1, 2, and 3 are not the meat of the story.
They're the beginning of it.
They are the beginning, but they're not essential. That's what you have to understand with watching Star Wars. You have to start people out on what the essential introductions are to carry them over and through it. Episodes 1, 2, and 3 are not the essential. Yes, episode 3 is awesome. It's very cool. But you know what's also cooler? Seeing what you see in episodes 4, 5, and 6, and then seeing what led to that. If you watch episodes 1, 2, and 3, by the time you get to 4, you go, well, this is stupid. The end when they fight, you're just like, well, that's not what I saw in episode 3 just one movie ago. It totally deflates the whole point. And so you don't do it. You don't do it. There's a reason why George put them out the way that he did. There's a reason. There's a reason. The story elements alone. Yes, you go back and you tell the prequels, but they're prequels for a reason. They're prequels
I'm starting
to the
people
main
off
story.
on Rise of Skywalker from now on. Okay,
well,
you guys want to get into Star Wars? Watch Rise of Skywalker. It'll knock your socks off, and then you can go back and watch all the other stuff.
Well, the You Do Suck says that too. Start with 9 and never look back.
Right?
Wow. Now that I would do.
I'm just saying.
God,
Wow, TW.
Straight boredom.
TW.
Hey, he likes it.
TW. Yep. TW.
Mikey likes it.
TW.
Yeah, this is my exact feeling of it. But once again, I can completely understand why somebody would have his opinion about it. I can completely understand because and that's Denny Villeneuve in a nutshell. There's people who come into my place and say they thought Blade Runner 2049 was boring, and it's everything I have not to turn them around and say I just don't need your money.
It's not a book, Brian. It's not a book.
You don't start a book in the middle.
No, and you know what?
You don't start Harry Potter on number 4.
Well, really? When people ask me about the Bible, you know where I send them to?
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Do I send people when people ask me where do I start reading the Bible? Do I send them to the Book of Genesis, and which is going to get them to a bunch of like old Levitical laws and through like a bunch of old story that like.
Okay, you're not wrong because if I've started Genesis, okay,
Revelation.
Yeah, you do not.
No,
you don't start. You don't start there. You know where I always send people? I say
I read
tell
Revelations.
People. You know where I tell people read the Book of John. You know why? Because with all the Gospels, you don't even start at the first book of the New Testament in Matthew. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are considered the Gospels. They are the recounts where the disciples are relaying information. But John is the most personal. John is telling it in the most personal and different way. Matthew, Mark, and Luke tell similar stories in similar ways. John gets to different stories that are more personal, and you learn more about the character of Jesus through John. And so I send people there. So no, sometimes you do, depending upon the book, depending upon how the book is structured, you do start in the middle. And that's the same thing with these movies. Depending upon how a film franchise is structured, you will start in the middle.
I understand because that's kind of how I started, and I'm sure that's how everyone else that's older than, the prequels were not the first Star Wars movies for them. You know what I mean? I think the first Star Wars movie I ever watched was Empire Strikes Back, actually. And then I went back and watched episode 4 and, 6. But I love Return of the Jedi. Still my favorite. Don't care what anybody says.
Hey, no, dude, I get it. The AMBW channel with a $5 super chat. Thank you, AMBW channel. Says, what are your top 5 Westerns? Mine is 1, Once Upon a Time in the West. 2, Rango. 3, Magnificent 7, 2016. 4, Cowboys and Aliens, and 5, Open Range.
Wow, no Unforgiven on there?
I like Unforgiven. That was good.
Wow, that's one of the best Westerns ever made.
Anything with Gene Hackman.
Call me a child of the 80s. I'd have to put Young Guns on there. It was just
1 and 2.
That was good. 1 and 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with Lou Diamond Phillips.
You know what though? AMBW though. I'll give you Cowboys and Aliens though, because I think the Cowboys and Aliens is a sleeper hit. I think a lot of people sleep on that movie. Like there's a lot of people.
Comic book.
Wasn't it Daniel Craig and Harrison Ford?
Yeah, Daniel Craig and Harrison Ford.
Wow, Daniel Craig. Oh, I can't remember. I forgot he was in that movie.
Oh, his fake ass American accent. Oh, excuse me, his fake American accent that drove me nuts through that movie. It was all right. I like John Carter from Mars better, to be honest. It's not a Western.
I'm trying to think of other Westerns that like I okay.
Is Wild West a Western?
So here's one, folks, and we talked about it the other night that like they'd never make this movie today, but it's a Western. Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You wouldn't be able to.
We rode a blazing saddle. Love it.
Yeah.
The dance line. They'd never get away with that nowadays.
Well, Archie Bunker would have never been on the day. Eddie Murphy Raw would have never been on the day.
That's
so
true.
much stuff
That's
in the
true.
80s
True.
in the late
That's
70s that
true.
would have never
Delirious. Oh my god.
Oh,
the stuff he said-
Delirious would have been
Oof. He got
protested
canceled,
and
man.
torn down, yeah.
He did get protested.
He did.
He
but
talked about it in Raw.
No, but that was back when you backed your star. If he was making
True.
money, he backed you. Eddie Murphy could say anything he wanted to. Richard Pryor.
Robin Williams, his stand-up was just incendiary, man. Like,
oh yeah. Look, I would have got myself in a lot of trouble if I would have had a drop from one of those. Jeez, I almost had a drop from one of those. Like,
oh yeah, you should.
Yeah, that you gotta be careful. I don't know. Any other thoughts on westerns?
The few dollars the movies were pretty good with Clint Eastwood.
Mm-hmm.
A Fistful of Dollars, a few dollars more, and then The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
To me, it's Tombstone and Unforgiven. Unforgiven and Tombstone in that order.
Oh yeah,
Tombstone was great.
Yeah.
I liked Quick and the Dead too, but that's just me though. Like, it was Russell Crowe and Sharon Stone.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a couple.
Jimmy here says I enjoyed Solo a lot. Kind of disappointed I didn't see it in theaters. Jimmy, I hear that all the time. You're not alone. A lot of people had that same experience. Rational Skeptic said you watch it in Ernst Rister order. 4 or 5. Oh, there is this. You can watch it like this. It's a lot of jumping around. I think I get why you'd want to, like, why you could watch it like this. Okay, I do understand it. But it's kind of a lot of jumping around, like, and a lot of people actually, Rational Skeptic, consider you can skip episode 1 completely. Like, you really don't need episode 1 at all. Yeah, because episode 1 really does nothing except for introduce the character of Anakin Skywalker. What's that?
Then the Emperor, but not really.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, it's like if you just come into episode 2, like you pretty much are like kind of right there. Like I still always say that it should have started with Anakin as a teenager, more so than a 10-year-old.
Yeah, because I didn't need to hear about the midichlorians or Jar Jar.
I just really didn't need to hear all that. But he says the order here 4, 5, 1, 2, Clone Wars. But then you got 7 seasons worth of Clone Wars to watch, and then you go back to 3, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You throw the Bad Batch in there for good measure.
I know now you got like the more stuff they make, man. Now you're gonna be like, well, I gotta watch this.
Just
series.
throwing your
I gotta
whole
watch
scheme off, man.
Rebels, because Rebels, don't sleep on Rebels. Let me just say,
dude, Rebels is awesome.
And now you're gonna have the Obi-Wan TV show, right? So
Rogue One. I mean,
yeah,
dang, there's so much.
Yeah, you
The
came in on Star Wars
Mandalorian.
debate.
Gosh, man. Well, that is almost like, talk about that Ahsoka show that's coming out, man.
Hold on a second. So RJ, we ain't even talking about the way that you watch Star Wars, man, because look, RJ, you could have started with episode 9 and you would have been like,
no, he's right.
Oh, though. I like this. It's
chronological order.
There
That's
ain't nothing
the way
wrong with
Star
this.
Wars
There ain't
is
nothing
supposed
wrong
to
with
be
this.
experienced.
RJ would have started with the holiday special and been like, I still love Star Wars. It was captivating from the moment I watched it the first time.
There are a lot
The
of
holiday
people
special is amazing. This non-stop packed action of Chewie trying to get back home for Life Day is absolutely fascinating. And Jefferson Starship was in there, and B. Arthur was fantastic in the role, and Harvey Korman. Donna Summer and Itchy and Lumpy and Scratchy too, and all of them, and oh my gosh, and I love the makeup on Mark Hamill, and it was fantastic. And I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I'm just messing with you, RJ.
That was like right after his accident, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know what? Was it before or after? I think it was right after, because
he had like copious amounts of makeup on.
Well, he had makeup on, but I don't think. No, I think that was it was before his accident. It was before his accident because his accident happened right before Empire started shooting. That's why they filmed all the stuff with him in Hoth because his face was still messed up.
But it's just universally agreed we're not starting anybody off on The Force Awakens, okay?
Yeah. No, I mean, like everybody's Star Wars is different. It's just you ask me what I would tell you to do. then I'm going to tell you with you go 4, 5, 6.
I have a grand idea. Here's how we'll win this debate, because this is how I always distill Star Wars.
Oh, it ain't a debate. Don't.
Well,
kid
no.
yourself.
Sorry. Star Wars discussions at the end of the day can always be decided by one of two things. One being, how old were you when you first experienced Star Wars? So I'm sure most of you were children when you first watched Star Wars. So, what year were you? Like 6, 7 years old? Like, 7, 8 years old, when arguably when you first enjoyed Star Wars. That would have been, for me, a 91, 92. So, like, naturally, the only Star Wars that was out was the original trilogy. And I'm sure it's the same for both of you, but say you were born in the 90s or a kid in the 90s, and like RJ, the prequels are what you had.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, take your age and kind of go back and find the ones that there, and then start from there.
Well, and I will say
Good way
this
to do
too.
it.
I keep telling people this. 10, 15 years from now, there's going to be this insurgence of people who come forward and they're like, the sequels are the best movies. I love the sequels because look, when the prequels came out, everybody was ticked off about the prequels. They literally chased George Lucas away over the prequels. Everybody hated the prequels.
I still hate them.
They wanted to burn them to the ground. And now all of a sudden there's this insurgence of people like RJ who like, well, I grew up with it. That was my Star Wars because I was a kid then, right? And so that's all they knew. And look, there is no wrong way. As long as you love it, that's all I care, right? But you ask me how I'd watch it. I've introduced.
Who froze?
The way I
Enosh.
watch. Oh. I swear to God, every time I start to say something important,
it was so profound too. It's like
I've introduced so many people to Star Wars. What I was saying, and that's just the way I do it, and it's worked out every time. So
I can't argue with that. I mean,
RJ, I love you, guys. I love you, but in the words of Luke Skywalker,
amazing. Every word of what you just said was wrong.
Half a drop.
Right? Nah, I'm just messing. James here says, we went to the theater for episode 1, and I was like, what on earth? How is it that the older ones look better?
The one thing I will say about episode 1, and you could argue it, but I don't think there's a lot of standing. And we talked about this the other day about how special effects in movies haven't made tremendous leaps and bounds throughout the years. The special effects in episode 1 still hold up today.
Some of them.
Quite
some of them.
Bit, man. And not only that, but that was like when they stopped using miniatures, because they still used miniatures for like the Nemoidian ships and stuff like that, or the Trade Federation Luca Hulk freighters.
Dude, the entire pod race stadium is all miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
Like episode 1 is filled with miniatures.
Yeah. And it was like the changing of the guard, like old school special effects combined with new school special effects.
By episode 2, everything was pretty much.
It was all digital. They didn't even have sets anymore. That's what started pissing me off about the sequels. It was like the prequels. It was that episode 2 just didn't feel real to me, because none of the environments that they were in felt real. Like, I don't know.
Rational Skeptic here.
Oh,
with a $2 super chat says THX edition versus 1997 special edition. Got to go THX.
I mean, I love both, but the THX
edition was groundbreaking.
I had the THX edition.
What was that? What was that, William?
I think THX is more groundbreaking.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, and it was the last time you got to see the unaltered Star Wars. One last time.
Well, we did our watch party on Twitch, and we watched because I've got the original 3, the original way, thanks to Zod, and that's what we did. And
oh man,
I
haven't seen that unaltered version of Empire Strikes Back in 20 years. Like easily 20 years, maybe even longer.
So before we jump into our main topics tonight, I did want to do an update because I hello. No, you're good. I did want to give an update to our show last night because last night, obviously, we were on the air and I had not heard about it yet. And that, of course, is the tragic shooting involving Alec Baldwin. And so just wanted to give an update to that real quick. And that is Baldwin apparently didn't know the weapon contained a live round. This, of course, is from AP. We'll just go over this quickly. Says an assistant director unwittingly handed Alec Baldwin a loaded weapon and told him it was safe to use in the moments before the actor fatally shot a cinematographer. Court records released Friday show. Cold gun, the assistant director announced, according to a search warrant filed in a Santa Fe court. Instead, the gun was loaded with live rounds, and when Baldwin pulled the trigger Thursday on the set of a Western, he killed cinematographer Halna Hutchins. Director Joel Souza, who was standing behind her, was wounded, the record said. So there's a little bit of clarification on like how things went down. Like, this is the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office obtained the warrant Friday so investigators could document the scene at the ranch outside Santa Fe where the shooting took place. They sought to examine Baldwin's blood-stained costume for the film Rust, as well as the weapon that was fired, other prop guns and ammunition, and any footage that might exist. The gun was one of 3 that the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez, had set on a cart outside the wooden structure where a scene was being acted. According to the record's assistant director, Dave Halls grabbed the gun from the cart and brought it inside to Baldwin, unaware that it was loaded with live rounds. A detective wrote in the search warrant application. It was unclear. Yeah, like why?
Why in the hell would they have live rounds on the set? Like,
I don't know. It says it was.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand how that would even be confusion.
Yeah, I mean, like, why was it pointed at a? I don't know. Like, was it like a scene where like they were just getting a shot of him like pointing out into the distance and like firing a gun? Like, why would it be pointed at somebody? I guess.
Yeah, even if they were off camera, like.
I mean, that's the first. That's the first rule of any kind of gun. You just never aim a gun. Yeah. And at somebody. I mean, obviously, we talked about this last night. Obviously, they're on a set. Like sometimes they have to aim, guns at people. But. Still yet, like it's not like an actor, and it's not like it happened to an actor. So like I don't know why was it aimed at a person on the set. It says it was unclear how many rounds were fired. Gutierrez removed a shell casing from the gun after the shooting, and she turned the weapon over to police when they arrived. The court records say. Halls did not immediately return phone and email messages seeking comment. The Associated Press was unable to contact Gutierrez, and several messages sent to production companies affiliated with the film were not immediately returned Friday. The film's script supervisor, Mamie Mitchell, said she was standing next to Hutchins when she was shot. I ran out and called 911 and said, bring everybody, send everybody, Mitchell told the Associated Press. This woman is gone at the beginning of her career. She was an extraordinarily rare, very rare woman. Mitchell said she and other crew members were attending a private memorial service Friday in Santa Fe. Baldwin described the killing as a tragic accident. There are no words to convey my shock and sadness regarding the tragic accident that took the life of Helena Hutchins, a wife, mother, and deeply admired colleague of ours. I'm fully cooperating with the police investigation, Baldwin wrote on Twitter. My heart is broken for her husband, their son, and all who knew and loved Helena. No immediate charges were filed. The sheriff's spokesman, Juan Rios, said Baldwin was permitted to travel. He's a free man.
Wow.
So, yeah. So here it looks like some of the set. Yeah, just a tragedy overall, and very unfortunate. But still a lot of questions, I think, to be asked with this one.
Yeah, I'm still trying to like wrap my head around the fact that there would be live ammunition on a set like that, and he would actually have a gun with real bullets in it. I mean, I'd understand if it was like an accident with a blank, because that's happened before, to other, like with Brandon Lee and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. But the other thing is was he pointing it directly at the person? Because if he was doing that, then I don't know, man.
I know.
I mean, even if it is, because from what I understand, It's not a prop gun. It's a real gun. It just doesn't fire a real bullet. It doesn't fire a complete bullet. It doesn't have the actual projectile in it. So, like, I don't know, man.
But it says it was live rounds. So, I mean, like, very, very, very tragic. We'll continue, you know, try to keep out for any news that comes out on this, you know, and but I figured we'd share that. I didn't even put it in our topic list because we're not trying to, like, you know,
no, we're not trying to capitalize on this.
Not trying to chase the story or anything like that. Like some people
this isn't Britney Spears.
So some people act like they're solving now cold case crimes and stuff by bringing in psychics and everything. Whatever. It's amazing, dude, how some people have fallen way off weird places. But no, we just, you know, it's something that's happened now in entertainment news, and so you know what, we're going to talk about it. So that being said, a couple of things. T. Dozy says, should I even bother with the Clone Wars? I would watch the movies first and then dabble in that if it was me, because it's a long watch. It's 7 seasons worth of a show. So, and it starts off pretty slow too. The first season of Clone Wars.
I still haven't watched like the first, like, I'll cherry pick early Clone Wars and then I'll watch like the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. Here's one for you, Brian. Hello, computer. There's a Star Trek 4 reference for you.
A keyboard. How quaint.
How quaint. Paul, you're absolutely right. Disney are setting on a gold mine. Why don't they release the unedited version of the original trilogy? The rumor is that it has something to do with the contracts that they signed when George sold Star Wars.
I think it has to do with Lucas. Like, he doesn't want that movie to be released.
Yep. Red Comment Man. Hey, what's up, Red Comment Man? With a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says Enosh, how do you think DC Legends 1000th episode is going to be? Plus the difference, seasons 1-3 cast clashing with new cast. 100th episode. So I'll be honest with you, Red Comment Man. Watched the first season of Legends. I've cherry picked everything since. Honest to God. My family watches it. This would be a great question for Tiffany and Isaac, because Tiffany and Isaac watch Legends and they love Legends. They absolutely love the show. You know,
I liked him on Arrow. He was all right. I just kind of stalled out on Arrow and I never got back to it.
Yeah. So, like, I watched The Flash religiously. The Flash is the one that I watched nonstop, you know, from beginning to end. And then I watched Supergirl, but I think it was like season 4, the Supergirl kind of lost me and I was done. And so, but I like the concept of Legends. I do like the concept of Legends, and I like where it goes sometimes. And look, I love the cast. I'm guessing that they're doing some kind of crossover thing that you're saying here with seasons 1, the cast season 1 and 3, and then the other cast. I think it's a cool idea, and it'll be interesting to see how they put them all together. And you know, it'll be interesting to see how they do that. And I'm going to have to learn more about that, because I think that's a cool idea, actually. You know, so yeah. So I think they've done some groundbreaking stuff on Legends. I do get it, right? RJ here talking about what we were just talking about. Says the problem is that the union crew was dismissed and a less professional non-union crew got brought in, and they didn't do their jobs properly. So that's the first I've seen of that. I will say this, Jimmy, because this came up last night, the Brandon Lee accident. So, like, but think about it. How long ago did the Brandon Lee accident happen? Like, and honestly, now I'm kind of asking myself, Brian, like, after hearing like all these reports of like crazy like deaths happening on the set of movies and TV shows, and like the stuff that we heard this week and stuff that might have happened on CW shows, even, like, I'm like, how much is happening that we just don't hear about because it's not the star of the show?
Yeah, right. It's just not reported about because the extra drown in the war battle scene, in the war scene. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. So T and Dozie's here says it was apparently aimed at the camera for the angle. That's what I was thinking. Like you would have like a side shot or something. It was supposed to be blunt. Yeah. Well, hey, guess what though? We're not alone. We're not alone. We got a good guy coming in here. You ready for this guy? He hides behind a mask, but we still love him. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mad Max.
Do we?
Oh, Brian, you're breaking my heart, man.
What's up, man?
Hey.
No, I'm just messing with you, bud.
What's up, Max?
Oh, I had a rough week at work, and then I crashed after work, and then I was streaming, and it was a hot stream, and I came here for levity and to enjoy being with nerds in the lounge.
Cool.
And then Brian broke my heart and said, "Are we real?" No, I love you guys. I love everyone in the chat.
That's all good, man.
Well, you know what? Since you're coming here for some levity, I think let's see. So the order that I had our topics tonight was we're going to talk about DC Fandome for just a second.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, if you're cool with that, because like I got a funny one. I got a real funny one that I've been sitting on all week long that I had to have Brian here for. I even told Brian because Brian at first told me in our chat.
I was going to watch Dune.
Like I'm going to watch Dune, and I was like,
tonight, so
I was like,
screw it.
Okay. I said that's fine. I said, I think I'll try to do something else then because I wanted to have Brian here for it. It's a funny Star Wars thing. It's every insult and jab back and forth that William Shatner and George Takei have given over their history.
Oh yeah.
So we'll get to that because I think we can get through these first two.
Well, it's important as movie pundits to cover the situation with Alec Baldwin and safety in the industry, so we have to. But it's also very depressing.
Yeah,
it's very
and
sad.
we still don't know a lot either. I mean, if we say anything, we could be speculating, and you know what I mean. So.
Yeah.
Best thing to do is just kind of wait for the report to come out.
But we have to do our due diligence. And Matt Jarbo was on for a little bit with me, and he's like, we really have to keep the focus on the victim and in supporting people when they speak out about safety issues on these sets because it doesn't. No one really talks about it until something happens, and that's on all of us. We have to. If we hear something, we should say something and support people for safety because there's also. I don't know. We don't know. Like Brian just said, we have to be careful with the details. But there's stuff coming out that there were safety concerns on this production before, and that's even more gut wrenching that someone was speaking out.
Like, I don't know if you were listening, but it's like we just said, like we have to report it, like you said, we have to talk about it, but we're not going to go ambulance chasing or like chase down these stories or act like we're making some difference, like we're freeing Britney or
You want to be
solving cold case.
There has to be nuance and not abusing people for abusing horror stories for clicks and
That's
money.
right. I didn't even put it in. I didn't put it in our topic tonight. I didn't put like a picture in the thumbnail or anything. Like it just not that there's anything necessarily bad with that. It's just that like we know a lot of people who. They'll milk something like this for sure.
We don't want to create them just a money object for some tragedy.
Exactly.
I mean, but it's freedom of speech to do that, but still.
Yes. So Red Comet Man here with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Says, are you going to buy Smallville Blu-ray complete set? No.
Okay.
No, for a couple of reasons. One, y'all know,
he probably already has it.
I lost my job a couple of weeks ago, and so I don't have the extra cash just burning a hole right now, right? So I gotta be good about with my money, but also because I've got the entire thing on DVD.
I was gonna say, don't you have it on DVD?
I've got the entire thing on DVD.
I love Smallville, but I have a hard time going back to that one.
See, I don't. I like watching it. I think the show holds up, and I really like the show. But it's 10 seasons, and I don't know that over the rest of my lifetime, if I'm going to go back to it that much, where it's going to matter watching it in Blu-ray or DVD at this point. If you don't own it, I would say buy it on Blu-ray, right? I mean, buy it on Blu-ray. That's going to be the best possible way to see it. But like for me, since I own it on DVD, I'm probably not going to go back and buy it that way, but
I will stump for a Deep Space Nine Blu-ray. Make it happen. Come on, guys.
Yep.
Please.
Let's see. What did I have? I just had something.
Go for all those little Deep Space Niners out there. All the little Hulkamaniacs.
All the Deep Space Niners.
Yeah. All the little Deep Space Niner fans out there.
Nice.
I was actually their baseball team, 7th season. Niners. Loved it.
The Niners.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So DC Fandome was here. Deadline reporting DC Fandome 2021 pulls in 66 million global views, up 3-fold over last year. I know one person that they didn't have watching.
I'm not pointing at anybody, but I think this guy over here didn't watch it.
Well, I was away for the weekend.
I didn't watch. I watched everything secondhand. And I wasn't because it was protesting or anything. I just wasn't interested. Like literally, I got a notification whenever they posted something was actually, finally reported. And so I watched the trailers that I wanted to watch. I thought the lineup was handled horribly. I mean, you didn't know when anything was getting announced, how it was getting announced. If you wanted to hear Shazam news, you had to like sit here and go through watching, the whole thing for Bat Wheels and for a bunch of stuff that you didn't like because you didn't know what was next. So you couldn't wait because you were scared you're going to miss the thing that if you wanted to see, the Black Adam trailer, right? You didn't know when that was going to drop or like what part in the show that was. So literally like you had to sit here through everything. And that was the problem was it felt like they kept trying to explain to me and tell me how you're a DC fan. You'll just like everything. Everything that we're doing is amazing and great and fantastic. And you're just going to love it. And look, I'm not even on this kick of like boycotting Warner Brothers or anything like that. It was just bad. And look, you can have people show up. You know what people also showed up for? Avatar. Is Avatar as good as its numbers reflect?
No.
Nope.
I've seen Star Trek The Next Generation episodes that were better.
You mean James Cameron's Avatar?
Yeah, James Cameron's Avatar.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
no,
it is.
It is not. No, it's not.
Avatar is a great movie.
No, it's not.
Is it though?
I mean, it is similar to
Based on what?
Pocahontas and Ferngully, yes. But
it looks cool.
It pushes special effects.
That's it.
It's
man.
also, but lots of movies borrow from other stories, though.
I'm not talking about the story. What I'm saying is that like the idea of just the whole thing. Nobody went to go see that movie when that came out because the story was riveting and amazing and like drew people in. And it was like a must see for that. Everybody went for the special effects. That was it. That's why that movie does not really hold up today. And nobody talks about Avatar.
I think it holds up.
And nobody talks about it, dude.
I do.
You talk about that movie regularly with people.
Not as much as I'd like to because people are not interested. But when this next trailer comes out, they're going to get interested. James Cameron, I trust. He could be a jerk, I've heard, and on set, but you know what?
See the chat here. Avatar is based on a lie. Most overrated movie of all time. Josh says Max is so optimistic. See, we get gentle, kind Max here at the lounge.
You all loved it at the time. This is revisionist history.
Shifty gives him his Avatar 2 is going to be awesome.
Right,
it's going to be underwater. Yes. Underwater stuff is cool.
Yeah, just ask Aquaman.
Well, listen, James Cameron, it's incorporating all his love of cinema, entertainment, technology, pushing special effects. And you know how many documentaries he's done about sunken ships and underwater documentaries. So it incorporates all his loves in the one. And just to say it's not that much or it's not that exciting. I can't get behind that. He's one of the last people pushing special effects in sci-fi forward. Everything else is just par for the course.
I'll give him that. But as far as being a good movie, it's just not a good movie. Like, let me put my tail on your tail, and then I'm going to put my tail on the animal's tail.
It's a good movie.
And then we're going to be intimate, so let me put my tail on your tail again, and let me connect my tail to the tree.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Like, what's going on here exactly? Like, that tail has a lot of functions. I'm just saying, has a lot of functions. So RJ, you're arguing a point that's not my point. I don't care if it got 66 million views. Okay, so say that it got 66 million views.
I do want to say that, like, I can't, I'm not going to go full Snyder Anon and say these are fake numbers, but I'm like, really? It is hard for me to believe that it got more views than last year, though.
Well, I thought last year was more exclusive. Like last year was just on the Fandome website. I
think potentially the reason it may have got more views is because it was one condensed 4 hours thing where they did separate things.
Yep.
Separate videos for each content before. And then as a whole, it's going to get better views because you don't click on separate things. You just click on one thing.
I have a question though. Like, does it count watch time? So like,
that's a good question.
Yeah. I watched it for like 2 seconds and then I hopped off. I don't know how that works.
Retention. We want to see like the YouTuber video retention. We want to see the retention on Fandome.
So here's a good question too. Peace Walker says they are including China views. So Matt says, they expanded the reach and the Batman was hyped. Okay, so yeah, the Batman was hyped. That's great. But the reality was like nobody knew when it was coming. So did people really watch it? Is my question. Did people really pay attention to this whole thing? I think you could have condensed this to literally 2.5 hours and you would have been fine. There was nothing groundbreakingly shaking about Fandome, and that's just the truth.
Batman and Black Adam.
Batman's fine. It's a trailer though. You don't need 4.5 hours to just show a trailer for something. And even a little bit of background information. Like, look at last year's Fandome. At least it was better than that because Matt Reeves waxed on for 45 minutes. It seemed like just
God.
like
he didn't do
just
that
like
again.
nonsense.
Yeah, that was
man.
boring.
Oh my gosh! It was like, look, Matt, we love you. We're excited about the Batman, but for good Lord, man, just
thank God that's not the movies you talking.
Right. Jeez.
Thank God someone else is delivering the lines.
Please don't tell me that's how you wrote the movie, man. We'd have another Harrison Ford thing, like talking about George Lucas. Like, you can write this stuff, but you sure can't say it. Like, come on, man. I don't know. Look, it just is what it is. Here's the thing. You knew what to expect going in for the most part, so you knew to expect nothing really big or earth-shattering, just kind of like blah. Like this, here's the thing. Here's why I expect a lot. This is Fandome. This is DC Fandome. This is their big, huge fan experience. That is supposed to be this thing that takes over everything and is like their big showcase of all things DC. They literally, guys, had stars and different people filming their things where they did announcements with their phone in their car and messing it up and not retaking it and not redoing it.
Well, if you're gonna profit off of saying fans, and fan is the first thing. Fandome, there should be more some focus on the fans or what fans want or something. Like, don't we? They at least they're not charging, like they don't charge like Disney with D23.
Oh yeah,
and
dude. If I paid for that, I had to pay for what I saw.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is though, shouldn't there be some type of expectation of something as a surprise or not like something to announce? There was nothing that we didn't know about. Nothing.
Yeah, that's true because they already announced everything. Half of it was announced last year.
Well,
so,
even like 48 hours later, they revealed all the stuff about like the CW Flash stuff about Armageddon and everything. Like, I agree with John Campea. I'm sorry, I agree with John Campea. You can't tell me that the trailer that they released like 2 days later for the Flash Armageddon crossover thing on the CW needed 48 more hours to tweak that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't even promote all their DC stuff that day. So yeah, I mean, like, I get it. Like, I'm glad you guys had a fun time. Like, I'm not trying to take away from that. If you had a good time watching Fandome, great. There was some good stuff that came out of it. I'm not going to say that there wasn't. Okay. I'm just glad I didn't watch it. I'm glad I didn't spend 4.5 hours watching. I'm glad I literally woke up, did my thing. I got an email alert that said, "Hey, the Black Adam trailer or information out." Oh, cool. And I watched it right then. And then it was like, hey, this came out, and I watched that because like all the news sites and stuff that I subscribe to and everything, that I get alerts from, they all sent it to me. And like as it happened. And so like I got it. And so I didn't miss out on anything, like not being glued to my, to my screen or trying to stream it, like and getting copyright claimed and, and struck and everything else. So I think RJ, my point is that your last statement is exactly why I was underwhelmed. We knew what to expect going in for the most part.
Yeah.
This is their big thing. This
and it was
should be
so disappointing. It was like, okay.
Do you think? Well,
like
look,
Matt said, Black Adam and the Batman, and that was it.
Do you think Devil's Advocate? They know that the Discover merger's going through, so they want next year to be amazing. They maybe held off on some things, have some decisions to make. They're just following through with what they have on their slate, and then they're going to do the transition.
Maybe. Look, time will tell, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, RJ. I mean, I see RJ making the case in point. Like he's in the chat, he's not here, but I see RJ making the point. Well, I got Black Adam. I got the first look at Black Adam. I got the first look at the Flash and other movies, new trailers, and some video games, and I was excited for it. An awesome Batman trailer. It wasn't perfect, but I can't say I walked away hating it. The stuff in the middle, though, is what I'm saying was boring, was ineffective because they tried to cram everything down everybody's throat. They didn't have a section that was like, hey, these are all the kids things that like all the adults aren't interested in. And so, hey, like I'm not into Bat Wheels, like, cause like I'm not into this project. I'm not into that project. So I know when to tune in for the thing that I am interested in. They literally, it was just like they threw all of the Thanksgiving dinner in a blender, blended it up and said, here, drink it. And you'll like it because it's DC. And that's the problem that I have with it. It wasn't segmented. It's supposed to be for fans. And we're going to get into that in just a second. It's supposed to be for fans and give fans what they want. That's great. People wanted a Batman trailer. They got it. You wanted a first look at Adam and the Flash. I'll be the first one to say though, like I was kind of hyped for the Flash. Now I'm worried about the Flash.
Yeah.
Black Adam looked great. Right. Except for you'll soon see a video that I'm going to be putting out because The Rock just needs to stop with all this hierarchy stuff is changing because it's not going to mean a blessed thing if Henry Cavill is not Superman. We don't even we're at a point right now. Who is the hierarchy? Can somebody tell me who the hierarchy in DC is? Because we don't even have a proper Trinity established. We don't have the main three characters of DC established. Batfleck is we don't know from day to day if now he's in the Flash movie. Is he going to be in anything else? We don't know. It's all up in the air. We don't know. Gal Gadot is talking about she's got one more movie and she's out. Henry Cavill, literally, I can't even count the times that he's been in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out in the last 5 years to where like it's been reported so many times. All
you really need to know is the difference because MCU people are talking about, I might want to renew my contract, but I think the story arc is done. That's the conversation there where people are fighting for their jobs on WB's end to get any continuation of their story or any representing of their story. Like the Ray Fisher is a different situation, but with Cyborg's character, but it's just such on the opposite ends of the spectrum with I think I'm done with Captain America, Chris Evans, and everyone feels good about it.
Yeah.
But if he wanted to, they could probably have a discussion. Or Robert Downey Jr.'s arc is done, where it's like we have to release our cuts. We didn't get to make the film. When am I going to be in the next movie? I can't even make a cameo. The Superman, not making the Superman happen in the Shazam. I don't put that all on Cavill. They needed to make that happen. How easy is cameos that? And they could not even make that happen. And that's outside this. We're continuing the Snyderverse. That's having Superman cameo in the Shazam movie. Are you kidding me? That's so like as a studio, you need to make stuff like that happen.
Okay, but RJ, I absolutely disagree with you. I gotta do the super chat first though, because I absolutely disagree with you about The Rock. I absolutely disagree with you about The Rock and why he said what he said. But here we go. North Star Kenshiro with a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. Or thank you, North Star. Says, I want Superboy on Blu-ray. The DVDs are poor quality. I have the DVDs for Superboy. I mean, the show was, let's be honest. I mean, the show, I watched the show in syndication. Superboy was actually pretty good. At least seasons 2, 3, and 4. By the time they got to season 4, it was actually
season
really,
4 of
really good.
Superboy?
Yes,
I
dude, it was the
completely
80s.
missed this. I completely missed the show. I had no idea even it existed.
It was the 80s, man, and it was good. And I think it overlapped into maybe like 90, 91. Actually, Gerard Christopher, who played Superboy in seasons 2, 3, and 4, John Newton played Superboy in season 1. But Gerard Christopher apparently actually tried out for Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, and the only reason he didn't get it was because they found out he had been Superboy already.
Brian, did you know about the Superboy series?
No, I never watched it.
I've got season 1 on DVD. I can't remember if all the seasons were. I don't know if they're on HBO Max yet. But Superboy, you can find the episodes here on YouTube. And like I said, like I a few years ago, like I literally watched all 4 seasons, and you get live action Bizarro in the best way possible. Down at the Superman Museum, they have a whole section dedicated to the show. It's amazing. Down in Metropolis, Illinois. And so the show was really good, actually. Like I said, especially seasons 2, 3, and 4, because Gerard Christopher was just better in the role. In season 1, it was syndicated. The Salkinds, Eli and Alexander Salkind, had a hand in it. The guys who did the Superman, the movie, with Christopher Reeve. This was them later trying to use this, except for it kind of retold the story. It was Clark at Schuster College. I like the fact that they brought in Schuster College, and he was down there, and they had Lana Lang, and and he was down in Florida. It was set down in Florida, and he was Superboy, and it was a good show. It was a really good show, but it was in syndication in the 80s because they did a lot of that. So just like Next Generation was syndication, it was like on different channels and stuff like that. It wasn't just on a network. He says, but North Star here says the DVDs are poor quality. I also like the show way more than Smallville. Well, he says, I find Clark more inspirational in Superboy over Smallville. I don't know if I would go there. I do like Gerard Christopher, but Gerard Christopher plays it more like Superman, though. I mean, he's in the suit, obviously. He actually looks like Superman because Gerard Christopher was like in his late 20s when he was doing the show, even though he was supposed to be playing like a college student. And it harkened a lot more back to the Christopher Reeve stuff. Like Clark was kind of a nerdy guy and everything, and kind of up, played that role up, a lot. So, but no, I get what you're saying, though. I definitely get what you're saying because the show was good. And, and so
it's just a wrestling promo, RJ.
Yes, RJ, dude, come on, man. Like seriously. Okay, so but thank you, North Star. I appreciate it. And yeah, look, I'd love the rest of it on Blu-ray. I got the first season on DVD, so I don't know if I'd go back and buy the first season again on Blu-ray. Maybe if it was in a set, I would do that. But yeah. Thank you. So RJ here says it's just a hype phrase for marketing. It's The Rock establishing that his character is going to be strong and visually the best you've seen in a DC movie, not a promise of him fighting over actors. As Lex Luthor said, wrong. Like, this is him putting his foot down as trying to say, look, I'm The Rock. I've been working on this project for a long time. Black Adam is going to come in and literally like kick everybody's butt and take names. Here's the thing. He's going to take names because at last year's Fandome, he literally started naming off everybody and said that his character was he was laying down a gauntlet and a challenge to all of the DCEU. And he started naming Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, like literally. And
he's going to crank on their knobs, brother. Oh, yeah.
Right. Exactly. like he was literally naming names. Now I get it. It's a wrestling promo, right? That's what The Rock is doing. So I understand. I agree with you. It's just a hype phrase for marketing. But it's a stupid hype phrase, and here's why. It'd be one thing, and you got to admit this. Like, I don't I feel like people are tuning me out if they don't understand what I'm saying by being upset about this catchphrase. I get it that it's a catchphrase, man. I get it that it's I get it that it's a hype phrase. It's a wrestling promo kind of thing. I'm going to come and kick your butt, right? But here's the thing. Here's why it's dumb. We have no hierarchy established. There is no hierarchy. Who's the hierarchy?
Yeah, right.
Tell me what character is the hierarchy. It ain't Shazam. Shazam ain't the
Alfred.
hierarchy.
Alfred.
Alfred.
I was trying
You
to
know what?
figure it out, man.
Look, if we still had Jeremy Irons around, heck yeah, I'd want to see that. But I mean, like seriously, we don't even have the Trinity established. We've got Wonder Woman that we know is coming back for one movie. We don't know where Superman or Batman is even going to fall in there. That's been in the DCEU. You got an Aquaman who is totally different. Aquaman is great. I love Jason Momoa. That's awesome. Visually, it'd be cool to see The Rock versus Jason Momoa. But like power skill wise, I don't know that even works. And that like we would just go, yeah, that's a fight, right? Like, I mean, maybe for a little bit, but I would expect Black Adam to win that. Plus, Aquaman is still not the hierarchy of that. Are you going to put him up against the Flash? Or like one of the only guys left? I mean, he's not going to fight Cyborg apparently now because, Ray Fisher.
I mean, all I know is he choked a dude and lightning went through him and like he turned to dust.
I know. Look, and that's great. That's great. That's awesome. But there's also panels in Superman where like Superman literally comes and slaps Black Adam like he's nothing. Because Black Adam starts talking up and like smarting off to him, acting like he's big and bad. And Superman just goes, pop. And Black Adam's done. So I'm just saying this. It would make sense. I'd be all for this catchphrase, RJ. Everyone else. I'd be all for this catchphrase. This catchphrase would make absolute sense. But again, here's WB not making any sense. Having The Rock say stuff or letting The Rock say stuff that makes no sense because we don't have a hierarchy in the DCEU or in the DC Cinematic Universe or whatever you want to call it. There is no hierarchy. There is no group of people that The Rock can even go at. I mean, are you going to say, what, is it Atom Smasher in his own movie? Is it Hawkman who we've never seen? Is it Dr. Fate? That's not hierarchy. It's literally introducing those characters at the same time you get introduced to Black Adam. Who is it? Shaquille O'Neal is Steel? Is that who it is? Like, tell me who it is, and then I can get hyped for it. What I'm saying is, I get it. It's a hype thing, man. It's The Rock being The Rock.
But there's no king dog, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's got to make sense. It's literally got to make sense. It's literally a threat without. It'd be like The Rock cutting a promo on a character that doesn't exist. Imagine back in the day, like it'd be funny, right? We'd all get a good laugh, like you know what I mean. If like The Rock came out and like he was cutting a promo on like
John Cena, like.
Like he comes out, he's just like Mad Max Mandalorian. I'm coming after you. I'm gonna do it. Like, everybody's like, who?
That's like, come for me.
Exactly. Well, hey now.
Yeah. I'd love to get beat up by The Rock.
That's right.
Black Adam.
No, it's just the thing about it is okay. Here's the way I look at it, and this is what I'll say about it. Coming from The Rock, to me, it sounds hollow because I know he is the master of catchphrases. Like that's what he did in wrestling for forever, So it's like, it's okay. It's okay. I know. I understand. That's his thing, And and I want to see his thing.
Right, RJ. I'm not looking at this, dude. I'm not looking at this wrong. I'm going off of what The Rock has said in every time he has said this, because this has been something I've paid attention to. And The Rock keeps talking about this stuff and singling people out and everything and singling characters out. So like he either, if okay. And like here, RJ says, I'm arguing with RJ in the chat. I love it. I love RJ. It says, could it be argued that the hierarchy The Rock is talking about is all of DC and the legacy of DC on film? Let's say, like him saying he's stronger and could take on every interpretation of these characters. That, to me, is a stretch. That, to me, is trying to take what The Rock said and not really listening to what The Rock said and trying to fit the mold, the narrative that you want it to be because you just want it to make sense, right? So you want it to make sense. So you're putting words in his mouth, essentially, saying this is why he's addressing it this way. That's not what he's saying. That's not how he's addressing it. If The Rock came out and does a new promo and says the hierarchy of all of the DC universe from past, present, and future, whatever, I am, I'm gonna,
If you smell
right, I mean, seriously, if he did that, that would make sense. You wouldn't hear me complaining about it if that's how he addressed it. But that's not how he's addressed it, TN Dozy, I absolutely agree. When The Rock talks about the hierarchy, he is talking about Henry Cavill's Superman. And I'm doing a little funny TikTok about this, by the way, that I will play when I get it done. Yeah, I'm doing a TikTok video about this, that I think will be kind of funny, and I think you guys will like, because this is all I'm saying. If he's not fighting for Henry Cavill to get reinstated, and I think he is. I think that's really what this is about, is that he's fighting for that. But if we never see him fight this Superman, because he keeps talking about wanting to fight Superman, he wants to see blood. See, that's the other thing, RJ. He keeps talking about wanting to fight Superman. That Black Adam should be fighting Superman, that he can beat Superman. He just did an article not too long ago where he talked about how he wanted to be Superman growing up, and then he realized that he couldn't be Superman just because he wanted to think outside the box, and he was a rebel and all these things. So he keeps singling out Superman. If The Rock doesn't fight Henry Cavill's Superman and they bring in some other Superman, who cares?
It's gonna be Val-Zod. There you go, Matt.
I didn't mean to switch topics on you, but Peter Scolari, the Bosom Buddies guy, passed away. I didn't know about that.
He's on a show that I watch called Evil, it's too bad. I like Peter Scolari. He was on Lois and Clark.
Really?
New Adventure Superman. Yeah, he played a character on Lois and Clark. Yeah,
that's sad.
Yeah, I liked him.
66. That's not too old.
No, it's not. Wow, that's a bad transition to go back into 66 million global views here for Fandome.
Oh God!
Oh boy. No. Look, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. I don't have a problem with the numbers they're reporting. I don't care. Yes, they streamed it across multiple, things, whatever.
Fake news.
That's not what I have a problem with. That's not what I have a problem with. What I have a problem with is Ann Sarnoff's statement.
Oof.
Because
Sarnoff has become the worst.
Because this was a slap. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist or a Snyder cultist to understand what she said here. Listen to what she said. She said, with triple the fan traffic of last year, they're trying to put their stake in the ground and act like, look what we accomplished. And we're telling you all, because remember what she said last time she did an interview. It was, guys, just give us a little while and you'll understand what we're doing. And you're going to love it. If you're a DC fan, you're going to love it. You're going to love all the stuff that we do without Zack Snyder and everybody else. But they're trying this executive group is trying to put their stake in the ground and show us and tell us who've disagreed with the way that they're moving, how they're right and we're wrong. And so she says, with triple the fan traffic of last year, DC Fandome 2021 exceeded all of our expectations, said Ann Sarnoff, chair and CEO, Warner Media Studios and Networks. We continue to innovate across the company in service of our fans. And I cannot overstate the creativity and hard work that went into this highly curated global digital event. You can't, the creativity that you literally had people filming on their iPhone and or whatever their phone where there was in horrible definition, and they flubbed their lines and they never sent in another actual good take to you guys. Come on. Don't give me that. It some of it looked second rate. You guys got to admit that. Like, you got to see that. It says, we gave the fans, and here's the problem. This is the line. We gave the fans what they wanted. The very best of all things DC. And their engagement and response have been fantastic. We're as excited as they are to deliver on all of the great content DC Fandome highlighted.
All right.
Did you get what you wanted? We got a Batman trailer. Batman trailer saved the day. Shazam was fine.
I was really disappointed in Flash. I thought
Black
we'd
Adam was
actually
good.
have a little bit more to go with.
The Flash is their signature thing that has to do well. The Flash has to do well.
They did a really bad job of showcasing it because I'm telling you, I don't know. I like Ezra Miller, but I just don't think he's a very good spokesperson.
No.
I mean, I don't understand like what the whole choker thing was, and it's like
My
he
wife
showed up.
was like, "What the hell?"
Didn't he show up
She's
to
not
like the
against that. She's just like,
premiere
doesn't look good as all.
as like Toad from Mario Brothers or something like that?
Well, that's fun. I think that's fun.
You know, so it's all good, but like I said, it's just I don't know. It just doesn't seem to come across right. And at this point in time last year, we had a full trailer for the Batman. So it's like, what the hell, Flash? Like, get your stuff together, man. Like, I don't know. It's just I was expecting more, just a little bit more from the Flash.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I didn't think that it was good. I didn't. Dude, it has to be Henry Cavill. You can't introduce another Superman and have The Rock fight another Superman that hasn't been established. It doesn't mean anything. We'll just expect Superman to beat him because it's literally an introduction. It'll just be like, oh, Superman's got to beat this guy. It won't be a challenge. It won't be anything. And
maybe they'll go back and tell the prequel.
And that story doesn't even make sense. To literally introduce another Superman and then have him fight Black Adam right away, that doesn't even make any sense.
Oh, they'll fix it in episode 1. Don't worry about it.
And bring Tyler Hoechlin across the multiverse to fight, The Rock. You'll have this 6'1" Tyler Hoechlin. I'm 6'1". Look, I get it, but a 6'1" Tyler Hoechlin Superman versus however big The Rock is, like. We make the jobber joke all the time with Superman in that universe, but
is that show good? I haven't watched since the beginning.
Yes, Lois and Superman is good. It's good.
Okay.
It's different. I just hate the suit. The suit.
Yeah. I remember. The suit looked pretty.
RJ, I love you.
I'm getting sleepy.
I love you, RJ. But come on, bro.
RJ, get on here. Get your butt on here. You got so much to say.
Oh, bro, you're killing me with this, RJ.
You're killing me, bro.
RJ, you're killing me with this.
He's ready for a fight. Look, RJ, you put Enosh on the ropes. Come in.
Finish him. Oh, he's picking up the guitar now. It's on.
Oh God.
This for you, RJ.
You're gonna wake me up with a song. I was getting sleepy.
Here we go, RJ.
I was gonna watch Dune.
He's gonna play some.
If I go crazy, then will you still call me RJ? Coming up with all these really bad Superman takes. I think The Rock is cool, and I'll say everything is alright. But Enosh will point out all my inconsistencies tonight.
So disposed to disliking this song, but all right.
I listen to all your excuses one by one. Here they come. But now I just have to put you in your place so that you're done. I've heard everything you said, and I have to just say, I say you can take The Rock and go all the way. If you're crazy, then why do you defend The Rock tonight? He's gotta get out of here if he's not fighting the right Superman right. I don't know. I'm just done. Come on. The first verse was good in the chorus.
Get some.
Then I tried.
Yeah, you were barely bringing it at the beginning.
I was bringing the heat at the beginning.
No,
just like The Rock was until he kept this up until
Although I have to say, I'm really looking forward to Black Adam.
I am too. I know, RJ. I'm messing with. That's why I grabbed the guitar. Prepared for the worst just to get. Dude, I'm a DC fan.
He's been expecting the worst for years.
I'm a
about
DC
it.
fan, dude.
It's like being a Cubs fan before they won the World Series.
I swear to God, man, I'm a DC fan. I'm expecting the worst already, dude. Like I know how Warner Brothers is. They're absolutely going to ruin it. Like they're
It'd be
going
like
to
being a
find a
fan
way.
of the baseball team in Cleveland.
They're going to find a way. So that's my only thing about that. Like, I don't care about the 66 million views. I know there's people who are out there like, there's no way it made 66 million views. Like, I don't know. Like, there's no way for me to know that, right? Like, I have no idea. Jimmy says Enoch's going to go platinum with that song. So I don't know. I'm just saying that line though about we gave the fans what they wanted. Okay. I guess, yeah, I mean, like, look, we all wanted a couple of those things, but I don't know that the event itself gave everybody what they wanted.
It's kind of like Star Trek Day for me.
I
I
think we
knew
should
what they
make
were
it-
going to give us, but it was kind of a letdown at the end of the day because I wanted a release date for Strange New Worlds, and they didn't give me that. So I'm a little salty.
So hey, Max, tell everybody what you got going on over at your place. I'll be right back. Tell everybody what you got going on over at your channel right now, and what's going on. Anything new going on?
Yeah. I was streaming. I gave a hot stream earlier. I'm planning on doing more content as much as I can this weekend. Oh, I do have an Amico stream Sunday.
Nice.
With Hammock Guy. If anyone been following the Amico, he's a guy that is does very critical of the Amico, and he talks in his hammock. So me and Rhea are gonna work on that Sunday, and then
I was gonna say, can we expect Rhea there?
Yeah.
Because-
Oh, see, look at that. The truth comes out, Brian. He has no interest in my Amico videos unless Rhea is there. Okay. Because she gives a better take than I do. She's more fair.
Well, she's not as optimistic, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. You've been kind of tempering your expectations over the last couple of weeks, so it's been kind of interesting to watch. I'm just waiting for you to go full madman and start calling Tommy Tellerico out. It's like, yeah,
I can't do it. See. Here's my thing. I like to call people out, but if someone's trying to do something, even if they're not being 100% successful, I always root for someone to bring something good into the world. I can't understand, talking about something so much when it doesn't even impact you at all, or just laughing at something failing. Like when stuff fails, it's never fun for me. Like even when I really dislike a movie and I give a hardcore rant, it doesn't make me feel good that the movie failed. Like, ha ha ha, look at this. I don't like to laugh at failure like that.
No.
I don't want things to be bad. I want things to be good.
No, this is true. I like to look for the positive things in fandom as opposed to the negative one, or accentuate the positive and eliminate the negative, like the old song used to say.
But Rhea, my co-host Rhea, she's been doing an amazing thing on these. We need to get Rhea on another topic besides Amico too, because I think she has a lot to offer and all kinds of conversations.
She came on the Master of Noms stream,
Master of
episode
Noms.
2. Oh yeah, man, it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
I had Rhea came on. She told me some stories about some of the experiences she has whilst working, and it was really fun. I enjoyed it. And then after that, T.W. McKay and I talked about a bunch of different things, ranging from like food in Canada, because Canadian food's pretty interesting. They've got a lot of different takes on things, especially some like local favorites and stuff. Like when I was in Montreal and Quebec in 2002, like I tried some of it, which was really fun. I had poutine. It was really good.
Oh, cool.
For like fries and gravy, cheese curds, and some meat.
I don't know why RJ is so like he's like commenting everywhere, but he's not on any. Why aren't you streaming, brother? I want to see. You have so much to
I go
comment
away
on
and there's
everything.
like 35 comments when I come back. I'm like, what did I miss? What did I miss? What the
I'm probably gonna have to head to bed because it's almost 3 for me. and I might watch half of Dune tonight and half tomorrow. I know it's not good.
No,
to
you
split
won't.
up.
No, you won't. No, you won't. If you start watching Dune right now and you're tired now, if I can't keep you motivated to stay awake for the next few minutes, like with my excitement, my singing
I always
songs about
watch-
RJ,
No, for better or for worse, I always watch TV before I go to bed.
my
you know.
disdain. I know, me too. But my disdain of Ann Sarnoff, dude, you're gonna start Dune, and dude, I made the joke earlier because I started a channel actually with like nature sounds and music sounds and stuff, you know, for like sleeping, you know, like long form stuff, like 10-hour videos, you know, like for that. And I joked earlier that like I think I need to put Dune on there because it put my son to sleep. It put Landon to sleep within the first 20 minutes. Like we're
I
all
was
sitting
gonna
there
say,
watching.
can you do that with Attack of the
We're
Clones?
all sitting there watching, and all of a sudden we hear. And then when I came in here, I left.
So
what I
it's
thought
not going to break box office.
I
records,
left
is
what
you're
I
saying.
thought was early on the movie. It turns out it was the end of the film. Like I literally walked up. I was like, I got to go start this. I'll have to watch the end later. And then all of a sudden I heard my family like get up right after me, and they're all in the kitchen, and I hear Landon there going on about, I wasn't sleeping. I was awake. I saw this and that. So I saw basically the whole thing. He slept the entire time, dude. And so then I was like, wait a second, did you guys all give up on it too? And they're like, no, it ended. And I'm like, that was the end? What?
Great.
Like, oh, I totally like it. But again, all respect to everyone who loves it. Not crapping on your thing. Wouldn't do that. But it just wasn't for me. But yeah, but dude, like, man. So RJ here says, I'm not sure what people wanted Ann Sarnoff to say. She's not going to say her farts smell and that the event was a failure and didn't please everyone. Of course she's going to hype up. I get that, man. Dude, I get that. But like, look, these things are written. Okay. This is a prepared statement. That whole deal, WB is not stupid. WB knows.
I got to go because Callie's reached that point where she's like, you've been streaming too much. I got to start barking in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You hear
No,
it?
I'm just saying WB knows. WB knows what they're saying. And they know the stuff that they're talking about. So anyways, well, Max, I'm glad that you stopped by, man. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks.
Take it easy,
Have
man.
a good stream, guys. Remember, if you haven't already, like this video and support the lounge. And I'll be back. I'll be back.
I'll be back. All right, buddy. Thank you, man. And we just replace him with the return of William.
Hey,
hilarious! The dog's barking and it's vibrating his little avatar. It was hilarious.
I'm sorry, Big Dub Reactions. I'm not trying to harsh anybody's mellow, dude. Like, no, like, it's just.
What is it? You guys talking about Dune again?
Max was here. Like Max was just here. And he mentioned that like he had to go, but he was gonna pop on Dune before he went to bed because he was gonna like watch half of Dune. And I said, no, dude. I said, if you're exhausted now and you're tired now, you're not gonna just casually pop on half of Dune and watch half of Dune. I said, you're gonna pop on Dune. You're gonna be like falling asleep.
It depends on who you are. I mean, it all depends on. Like I said, I understand why it doesn't resonate with certain people. But with some people, it was, it was awe-inspiring. So it's just a different. That's how subjective films are. But unfortunately, like I said, even the film company that helped us, we helped promote it, and they're promoting HBO Max at the same time. It's their job to promote both of them. Even they said, do your best to make sure that people see it in IMAX as possible, so they can get the full spectrum of it.
I didn't like the colors. My biggest concern was that drab kind of like washed out color, like that, just that darkness.
When the Batista people were on there,
just like the dark filter. It looked almost like it had a dark filter on it, and I was like you can't really make out everything because it looks like it's all kind of like in Twilight almost. And I'm just like,
I loved it, man.
Like I didn't like, and people were telling me, don't worry about that, Enosh. It's not going to be like that throughout the whole movie. And it's like, yeah, it kind of was.
It was shot and done in the same way he does all of his movies, and I personally I loved it.
Yeah. But look, everybody likes something different, and that's why we say here. That's why we have different people represent different stuff here, right? That's why we got William here, and like you don't hear me yelling at William, telling him that he's wrong. It just some things work for people, and some things don't. Just like are the subjects of our next segment, which is William Shatner, George Takei. George Takei, I should say. It's George Takei. Now, these guys famously have been at each other's throat for a long time. There's all kinds of stories that go back. We'll read a little bit about that here in just a minute. But I think I found I was looking for like the perfect picture, right, to express this with, and I think I found the correct picture. If you look at my thumbnail, here it is right here. I don't know. I just love that. Those two going at it. So these two guys have not liked each other for a long time. They've not appreciated each other. There's all kinds of different rumors as to why, but they have not. And so what I found was I found a compilation of all their barbs back and forth to each other. And I thought we'd have a little bit of a laugh as we talk about the Shat and the Takei. Everything William Shatner and George Takei have said in their long-running feud. This is just great. This is from Newsweek, actually. That was pretty cool. Whoops. Close this. Pop-up windows. All right. It says, while on the bridge of the USS Enterprise, Captain James T. Kirk and helmsman Hikaru Sulu worked together to keep the crew and universe safe. But behind the scenes of Star Trek, the men who played these characters have not seen eye to eye for decades. William Shatner, Kirk, and George Takei, Sulu, starred in the wildly popular Star Trek television series and numerous Star Trek movies. But off-screen, the two have dissed each other in memoirs, on social media, and in the press. It's a cool picture, though, from Star Trek 1, isn't it? Like, as weird as the movie was,
look at that afro.
Cool. I know, right? And even in the future, man.
Sideburns.
It says, here is everything that has gone down between Shatner and Takei in their decades-long war of words. The 90s. Going all the way back to the 90s, folks. Paul Smith says, that pic says, Takei, you'll take it and you'll love it. Now, I got to ask you, Brian, because I know you're a big Star Trek fan. What have you thought of this feud that they've had over the years?
I think the level that it's gotten to at this point is just grumpy old men. Like, come on, guys, just get over it already. Who cares? I know a lot of it stems from like way back in the day. I know that like William Shatner's been kind of critical of his sexual, of him being gay. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like that I mean, like he wasn't invited to the wedding, and they've often, like I said, it's just been a back and forth thing. And like I just think that like the most recent comments from George Takei were kind of like, just why bring this up, man? Give him his moment in the sun.
Well, and that's what spurred this conversation, right? Is this last week, William Shatner, became the oldest man to go to space, and George Takei like released this statement that was just like he's unfit, he's like a guinea pig, to see what it's like to send an unfit person to space, and it did come across as petty, right? So. But so here is where it started. The 1990s. Takei's 1994 biography, To the Stars, seems to be the place he aired his grievances towards Shatner publicly. In the book, he accuses Shatner of ignoring him on the set of the show, as well as changing the script for Star Trek V so his character wouldn't take command of a spaceship, the LA Times reported. Your thoughts on that? We all know Star Trek V, The Search for God. Where in the world would you even put that?
The worst of their era.
Well, I mean, that was the movie that Shatner directed, so it's like, I thought Sulu was fine in that movie. Like, I didn't know he wanted to be captain of the Excelsior then.
Well, hold on though, because when is what movie was it where he first sees the Excelsior? What that was Star Trek 4.
Star Trek
Star Trek
3.
3.
Star Trek 3 is when they first see the
When they're
Excelsior.
pulling into space dock, he's like, Excelsior.
Where's the future? Yeah. He takes the helm of the Excelsior and undiscovered.
That's not in Star Trek 3, guys. That's Star Trek 4.
What? No,
Star
that's
Trek 3. Star Trek 3 is the search for Spock. They're on the road and they come back home at the beginning of Star Trek 4.
No, it's Star Trek 3. They're
It's
coming
Star
back
Trek
from
3.
the Battle of Khan.
When they're coming back from Khan.
And when they're going through, remember, it was the Excelsior.
They don't go back. They don't go back to spaceport. They blow up the Enterprise in part 2. They don't come back to space dock until 4.
They steal
That's
the
3.
Enterprise.
That's
steal
3.
the Enterprise from space dock. Scotty sabotages the
Yeah,
Excelsior.
remember the Excelsior
and as
was
they're
supposed to
leaving.
go after
Yeah.
As they're leaving to go back to Genesis, because they go back.
Yeah.
But they realize that
that's why Kirk gets demoted.
McCoy has Spock's Katra in his head.
Yeah.
And they have to go retrieve the body to take him to Mount Seleya on Vulcan.
And it had transwarp. Remember, it's supposed to have transwarp, and what Scotty was supposed to be the captain of the Excelsior. He gets assigned. That's
Good
how
morning, Captain.
Oh. Yeah.
What does the computer say?
Yeah, he was supposed to be the captain of the Excelsior when he gets resigned. And that's when Kirk said, "Let me take her out again." He's like, "No, you guys all have new assignments." And she's a 20-year-old ship, and it had been basically wrecked by Khan and the Reliant. So no, the first appearance of the Excelsior was 3. Sulu takes the helm of the Excelsior in the undiscovered country when he comes to help them.
But they don't steal the Enterprise in 3.
Yes, they do.
That's
yes,
how
they do.
Yeah.
They steal the Enterprise in 3, and they aren't held accountable for it.
That's where they're in trouble in 4.
Yeah, they're in the Klingon ship. They destroy it in 3. Remember?
Because they steal the Enterprise and blow it up with the Klingons on board.
He says,
and then they steal the bird of prey to get off there because they blew up the Enterprise.
Yeah, remember
do we need to watch Star Trek 3?
Dude, I watched it so
The
many
Search
times.
for Spock. I love that movie.
Okay, you're right. They blow it up in 3. That's right. They blow it up in 3. You're right.
Well, because Christopher Lloyd's like,
you're right.
Get up!
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're right. I had to piece together. Well, here's the crazy thing about those movies is that if you watch them back to back,
it's a trilogy.
They're streamlined. They're seamless. Like I did a Star Trek marathon back at my movie theater when it opened years and years ago. It was a 15-hour marathon. It was every movie up to Generations. And I was amazed because I'd watched those movies for years. And I was amazed though, when you watch them back to back, they're just seamless. They're
2 through 4. You know what? The funny
even
thing?
1 to 2, there's callbacks in 2 that back to 1.
Captain, the infamous Captain Kirk, out of the 6 movies that he was in, he was Admiral for 4 of those movies.
It's true.
He was Admiral from 1 all the way up until he's demoted at the end of 4.
Well, not only that, but 5 and 6 kind of tie in as well. I mean, you have the demotion
Especially 6.
storyline.
We couldn't trust the Klingons. I'll never forget what they did to my son. Star Trek 6 is one of my favorite. 4.
I love Star Trek 6. Oh man.
And
Reyes says we have to watch it right now to settle this.
No, I've memorized that movie. Star Trek movie.
Darn it, Jim! I'm a streamer, not a doctor.
Well, that's why I like Nicholas Meyer as a writer, because I think he got it.
Yeah.
With Wrath of Khan, he co-wrote Star Trek 4, and he wrote and directed Star Trek 6 as well.
Yeah, he was Shakespeare. And what makes it so sad about this whole George Takei thing? Listen, these guys don't have forever, and what they have argued over for the last 29 years has been petty. And you've lost.
Nick.
If you look at the people we've lost from that crew, all the way up till now, these guys. I mean, DeForest Kelly died in the mid-90s. Montgomery Scott. All these guys are getting up there and they're passing away, and there's just no time for this pettiness. I always think about the Beatles. What if they hadn't, squabbled all those years and got back together? But nobody started appreciating the fact that could happen.
Though. I mean, McCartney just like revealed that it was John Lennon who broke up the Beatles.
Yeah, but remember they were also thinking about getting back. I mean,
I know
you just don't have. I mean, you're in your 80s and 90s, and this is.
I know, man. But here we go. In 2008, so we come to the 2000s. So the 90s, that was the deal. Was that Takei was mad because Shatner apparently rewrote the script to 5, that he didn't get command of the Excelsior then. But whatever. It's one movie. Literally, he becomes the hero of 6. Okay, Takei is the hero of part 6.
He saves your ass.
Yeah, he saves everybody. So like Takei should be happy because actually it's more grand fashion that way, anyways. But okay, whatever. In 2008, Shatner then accused Takei of not inviting him to his wedding. So this is the weird part where it goes back and forth, Brian, because like Nick asked in there is like, is Shatner a homophobe?
See, I might have gotten a little bit wrong, so don't take my word for that. But
we don't want to say that.
It might have been this is why what I was thinking of here is that he didn't get invited to his wedding.
Yeah,
and
so,
I think he got that a little personal about that because everybody else got invited though, like all the other cast did.
Yeah, so Shatner accused Takei of not inviting him to his wedding. In an interview where he discussed the alleged snub, he said, "There is such a sickness there. It's so patently obvious that there is a psychosis there." I love these words. "I don't know what his original thing about me was. I have no idea," he said during the interview. He continued, "There must be something else inside George that is festering. It makes him so unhappy that he takes it out on me. In effect, a total stranger."
I wouldn't say you're
a total stranger.
Yeah,
like I get it, you're not all on the set at the same time. I get it, but total stranger. You know what? I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't mind. I've got them all. Dude. We could do a Star Trek watch party. I'd be down.
Yeah. I would dress up for it. I would dress up in uniform for it.
I got a uniform. I got a Kirk uniform, dude. I
got them all.
Yes,
TNG movie era. Oh baby.
Let's.
What year? First 2 years. I will not wear that one.
Gosh, I would say tomorrow, but we got the Halloween party tomorrow, so I can't do it tomorrow. But hey,
soon.
Soon. We got a couple of watch parties that I want to do. Like, I wish you could do them on YouTube, right? And do them properly because like we got to get people over to Twitch and all this stuff. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it like usual. When we do it, I'll be streaming here, so I'll be watching it. So if you want to watch it at home, you can. If you want to come over to Twitch,
like we do with wrestling.
Yeah. Where we can watch it on both at the same time. But yeah, we definitely got to do this. Okay, so he basically says that he's like a total stranger. He says Takei said he did in fact invite Shatner to his nuptials, though he never heard back. People reported.
Stuff like that happens in real life, though. It could have been no ill intent, but when people don't talk,
lost in the mail. Yeah.
Where's the guest list? Yeah. Where's the guest list?
It's
just saying. All right, then we skip to the 2010s. In Shatner's 2011 memoir, Shatner Rules. No ego there. The actor said that he thought Takei's disdain for him came from an unwillingness to play second fiddle, the LA Times reported.
I mean, he was, no offense to Sulu, but he wasn't even second fiddle. He was
a helmsman. He was like fifth fiddle.
Yeah.
A lot of people have to die
before he takes command, is what I'm getting at.
You guys need a fiddle player? No, you already got 4? Okay, I'm
including the doctor.
Somebody breaks a string, let me know.
Who outranked him? He was like the second lowest ranking. It was Chekhov, and then he was like right next to him.
Like
he made captain, so he should be happy.
Yeah, look, Mary says here, like Shatner isn't a homophobe, but he does have a massive ego. Absolutely.
Yeah, America gave it to him.
Okay. But America gave it to him, and let's be honest. He was the first. Like, I get it that I know there was the Cage. I know that there was the Captain Pike. Okay, but Shatner was really the first. Like, he was the most memorable. He was the iconic. He's Captain Kirk.
Put it on the map.
He put it on the map, man. He helped make Star Trek. Him and Spock, man. Like, they were like him, Spock, and McCoy became the holy trinity of Star Trek, right? Like, I love everybody else. I mean, Nichelle Nichols, fabulous, amazing for what she did, right? Breaking ground in television and and everything, with her role. I got to meet what's his name? Who played Chekhov?
Walter Koenig.
Walter Koenig. I got to meet him. He was super nice. I thought I ticked him off. It was the first time I'd ever gone to Comic-Con, so I didn't have money ready, like, for every little thing, and I was all out of cash. And he was right there, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I gotta meet him! And I didn't have. I was short the cash to actually like get a picture with him or whatever.
And so I was like, when, I mean, he was pretty old then, right? And so I was like, when am I going to have a chance to meet Walter Koenig again? So I walked up to him. There was nobody there. I waited till there was nobody there. So it wasn't like I was taking somebody else's turn who was going to pay him or whatever. And I actually walked up and I asked, hey, do you guys take credit card? Now, a lot of these guys take credit card now at their booth.
Yeah, they got Square right there.
Yeah. But this was a few years ago. So he absolutely did not. And so they told me he didn't. And Walter looked at me stone faced the entire time, did not say a word. And he just sat there. And I said, Mr. Koenig, I said, I just want to tell you, I said, I had to come over here. I said, man, if you took card, I would get an autograph and a picture right now. I said, but I just don't have any cash on me. I said, but I just want you to know, you know, your role has meant so much to me. I love Star Trek so much. I grew up watching your movies and everything, and your role. And I said, I think, you know, what you did for those movies, you know, hey, Chekhov was funny, man. Nuclear vessels all day long, man. You know,
right.
And he, you know, like Chekhov didn't have the biggest role, but Chekhov was always spot on, man. Always gold. Like, and Walter played him so well. But then the thing is like, so I said that all to him, and Walter just sat there. I kid you not. Walter just sat there. Didn't say a word. Looked at me as if, you're not going to pay me for a picture or an autograph? And I just said, and like, you know how you get that nervous thing where you just start talking, right, over yourself? Because like, he's not talking. He's not acknowledging me. He's not even going, or, you know, oh, thank you, you know, like everybody else does, right? And I had just literally walked over from meeting Margot Kidder, who was like hugging me, like arms wrapped around me, telling us stories for 15 minutes of being on the set for Superman, the movie, and the great blackout in New York and everything, and like how somebody on set thought that they had caused it because they were plugging something in right at the time that the lights went out, and like the whole thing went off, and they're like, you know. And so like, I just had this amazing experience, and now I'm sitting here trying to like, and I was just like, I said, I just wanted to come over and shake your hand. And he sat there. He didn't extend his hand. He just looked at me with this scowl on his face. And then he went, okay. And then like shook my hand, and then he was like kind of cool. We laughed about it. I said, dude, you know, and then it was kind of, that broke the ice. And I was like, man, you just scared me, man. Like, I thought I was offending you. He's like, no, man. He's like, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. He's like, I really appreciate that and stuff. And so I was like, oh man, I just thought I ticked off, like, you know,
he's pissed off Chekhov, man. What the heck?
I can't do that. But, you know, I met Brett Spiner. I walked past Mariana Sirtis. She was actually out like amongst the crowd. Like she was out like with everybody.
I said they would do that here in Vegas. They would come out to amongst the crowd in Vegas. Robert Duncan on it, you know, I mean, because I met Tim Russ. I mean, you didn't just meet them behind not an iron, but a velvet rope. They were like walking around, and you know, people. You just knew not to really crowd them. You know, you just walked up to them, gave them a quick handshake, and they said, you know, and then,
like. I thought it was funny.
Go ahead.
Sorry. When my first experience I've only went to one Star Trek convention. So like my first experience, we were signing up to like get our registration and get our badges for the day and stuff like that. And it was in San Francisco, and standing over my shoulder, and I knew who it was Denise Crosby, Tasha Yar.
Yeah.
And my brother and
great looking woman, by the way.
Oh, dude.
And I'll say this. Look, no offense against women with short hair. I just like long hair, right? Like that's what I'm mostly attracted to. But there are some women
she rocks it
that come out with short hair that you just go, wow.
Yeah.
Like stunning, you know? You know, and like, look, you know, that's not me shaming anybody who has hair or doesn't have hair or whatever. I just, you know, I just have a preference. I like, you know, I like blondes, and I like long hair. That's why I'm with my wife, because my wife has long blonde hair, you know. But you know, but it's just so funny because, yeah, she's gorgeous.
Yeah,
she got a second chance after turning down that contract after that second season, or during that second season. wow, she got a second chance. I mean, most people could just move on and regret it, but she actually had to come back and become a kick-ass character. That was very relevant
Yes.
throughout that season, especially with the unification storyline.
Oh yeah, big time.
I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your story.
But no, I was just standing there. I'm like, guys, it's Denise Crosby. Like, and then I marked out over when I totally did. I stood in line to get my autographs for my poster over here. It's got Brent Spiner, Michael Dorn, Marina Sirtis, and LeVar Burton. LeVar Burton was the only one that was just like kind of talked to me on the level because he talked about my hat because the Giants had just won the World Series. They beat the Detroit Tigers in 2012. And
well, Brian, it was great having you here tonight. Appreciate you being with us. Brian had to leave, and so
don't bring him back until he renounces the Giants.
We wish Brian the best in his future endeavors. Unfortunately, Brian will no longer be on the program. Some stuff has come up, and but it's been great having Brian here. But now it's me and William, and so now we got a show.
Whoa! I think we got a show. Oh yeah, we got a show. We definitely got a show. Oh yeah, there's a show.
You bring up Brian the dog. Okay.
They did lose to the Dodgers, so there you go.
That's right. Heck yeah, they did. That's right. My Dodgers beat you.
That took everything out of them too, because there's no arms left on the Dodgers. I'm going to pitch tomorrow. I'm literally going to I'm sitting on Atlanta because there's no arms left, and it's sad.
Oh man,
they got this playoff format. They need to change it because you had 200 game winners facing each other and a best of 5. What a ripoff! But
yeah,
that's baseball right now. Baseball is the last person to fix it. And the 88 win Braves get home field advantage against 106 win Dodgers. I'm like, football. Remember football? Remember that year when Seattle came in under 500, got a home game, and actually beat somebody in the first round? The next year they changed that rule. They got rid of that rule the next year. You had to come in. Because
the NFC was that bad.
So you got rewarded for being in a crappy division. That sucks. So these other two teams beat the hell out of each other, pulled out all the stops. You played the Brewers. The only team or mediocre than you were, and got to rest everybody and rolled in Atlanta while the Dodgers had to get on a plane fresh off of beating San Francisco. Literally, they
across
didn't go
the
home.
country. Yeah,
they didn't go home. They went
day.
from San Francisco to Atlanta, and I'm like, you son of a, that's fine, but I got the one. I got the one World Series, and then Giants are gone. I mean, as a Dodger fan, that's in my blood to want to eliminate them. And that was the first time that they'd ever played in 100 years. 100 years. I cannot believe that the Giants and Dodgers never played in a postseason series because the Mickey.
No way. No, that doesn't make.
No, because that's
okay. That wasn't a series. Robbie Thompson. That wasn't a.
Yeah, that wasn't. I thought so too. I thought my entire life that was a playoff series.
I thought they played in the 80s though, with like Joe Morgan and stuff. No way.
Yeah, they made a big deal out of that. 100 years. 100 years. Here's the Sox and the Yankees have played every year.
Oh, that was the Cubs. Never mind. Yeah.
So Reyes says here, I was too shy to go up to LeVar Burton and say hi when he was at a toy convention in Santa Rosa a few years ago. Look, I waited a half hour for LeVar Burton, and he didn't even talk to us. He totally snubbed us. Tiffany and I shared this story. And look, I get it. Sometimes you just don't know, but we waited a half an hour for the man. And he really showed no interest. Goober here has an interesting. I got a story about this. Says I met the BB-8 puppeteer, and he was awesome, taking time to talk to me and my wife. That's awesome. We met Jonas, who plays Chewbacca now, the new Chewbacca. He was awesome. He would not say something about our channel though, because we got people all that that was when we met so many people who did drops for us and stuff like that, to say hi and everything, and he wouldn't do it. And I don't know if it was just because it's Disney and it was Star Wars.
I imagine
probably. Yeah. But he was super nice. I mean, dude, the guy was doing the growl, like he could actually do it. He can actually sound like Chewbacca, and so he was doing that. And the guy is so tall, unbelievably tall. But yeah, and then he says Jeremy Bulloch was the same way too. So Goober, one of my biggest letdowns in myself is Jeremy Bulloch was at the first Comic-Con that I went to, and I skipped on meeting him. Dude. Do you know who Jeremy Bulloch is, Brian?
Not right. Oh, that's right. The original. The guy with the one with the sweatpants. Yeah.
The original Boba Fett. And I could kick myself now.
Is
Literally.
he still alive?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
So I felt that way
could
about
kick
Stan
myself
Lee.
now.
I went to the Amazing Comic-Con here, right? And my only goal was to meet Stan Lee. I had actually bought tickets, and I gave those tickets to a customer because they needed volunteers because it was so packed and crowded, and all their volunteers were like 4 feet tall and they were 12. So they needed me. I'm 6'2" and I'm 250. They needed me to help escort people around because we could bounce people off of us. And so we got to meet Stan Lee that way because we escorted him from his booth and from where he was taking the pictures to where Todd McFarlane's platform was. And I got his picture. I got to meet him and got his picture.
Cool.
7 days later, his wife of 67 years passed away.
Oh.
And less than a year later, he was gone.
He came to our Comic-Con too, but it was like Shatner was at our Comic-Con too, to kind of bring this back in. But Shatner was at our Comic-Con too, and like the next year after Stan Lee, and both of them, dude, like you couldn't get in to see him. Like the line was so like there was people literally who their entire day was there to just wait in line to meet.
You guys are in their 90s. You don't know if you're going to get another shot.
I know, but I mean, but they were all guarded off, and like you couldn't see him, so they had him like in a.
I almost punched the guy over Stan Lee because he kept trying to push past me. I'm like, this guy's 95.
I'll say this too. Those guys stayed though until everybody got through. But even the lady who worked at Comic-Con, because we were asking her questions about it, right? About Shatner, because she was like she had been working with Shatner that day. The lady who worked at Comic-Con talked about how Shatner was a complete like jerk to everybody. Right. And that was but you know who I was really surprised though, like cut everybody off and left, like in the middle of having like a ton of people waiting for him, people who had been waiting in line for hours. Stephen Amell walked right past me.
Green Arrow?
Green Arrow. We were gonna meet Stephen Amell because even though I didn't watch Arrow and wasn't into Arrow, my family was. And Stephen Amell was there a couple of years ago, and there was this huge line. I mean, huge line. Not as big as for Stan Lee and William Shatner, okay? But like, and you could see him, like he was out in the open. But he left. He left. He did not wait for everybody. And I don't know if obviously he probably had someplace to be or whatever, but I was just it's interesting like that these two old guys, pushing 90, they stay, they did that. And yeah, it's Goober. It surprised me too. It really surprised me too that like he just took off because people were yelling at him as he was walking out. They were just like there was a big like because we heard it like because we were at another place. And in fact, you want to know where we were when he walked past? We were there waiting for LeVar Burton.
Oh Jesus!
Wow.
Yeah. So we're sitting there because we were by the back door of the complex where they have it, and so he had to walk past us to get through that back door. And all of a sudden we hear he was in the next aisle over, and all of a sudden we hear, "Boo! Come on, why can't you stay? Boo!" And like this arousing boo. Like we turn around and there's Steve Amell just walking back like with a water, just like in a leather jacket,
practicing
for his
new role
that he was contractually and prepaid to be.
Probably, but like it's like I mean,
nobody wants to hear that when you're waiting in line. I mean, but
nope.
Unfortunately, because when we were moving people around, the biggest thing that they stressed to us is make sure that he leaves this point on at this time and gets to this point on that. That is your entire job.
Because photo ops start now.
Well, and there's contracts involved. There's a lot of contracts and obligations involved in these things, and they have to be there. And especially when it's in Vegas, you're not just at Amazing, you're at a couple other things too. So
Rational Skeptic brings up a good question here, and I will say this. So even though I'm not a huge fan of Superman Returns, I did get to meet Brandon Routh a few years ago, and he explained his take on Superman. And even though I'm not a big fan of that movie, it actually changed the movie for me. Where like it's ironic because even though that's not my favorite Superman movie by a long shot, I feel that movie has two of the most iconic Superman moments in it ever. Like better than any other Superman movie. It has the two most iconic moments of Superman because it shows Superman really being Superman and what makes Superman tick. And I wrote a song called Heroes. You can actually find it here. It's also on iTunes. All the streaming services, Spotify, everything is called Heroes by Waking Vegas, my band. The music video that we did for it is here on the channel. If you look up Waking Vegas, Poindexter Lounge, Heroes, it's here. But I use the line on there because one of the things is him hovering above the city and listening. That to me is one of the most iconic Superman things ever put on film. That's Superman. There's a lot of stuff in Superman Returns that is not Superman. That is Superman at his core. Hovering above the city, listening for trouble, listening for people in need and in help. And then when he's floating above the city again with Lois, and he asks Lois just flat out, "What do you hear?" And she says, "I don't hear anything." And he says, "I hear everything." He says, "You wrote that the world doesn't need a savior, but yet I hear the world crying out for one every day." And I took that line and I put it in a song called Heroes. We can all be heroes. Because people act like they don't need help. People act like they don't need anybody. I'll just do everything myself. And man, that hit me so hard. That's just one of the best Superman lines ever. And I got to meet Brandon. Brandon was super nice. I asked him a question. I actually talked to him about that at his panel. He had a panel discussion. Brandon is the biggest nerd you'll ever meet. Like he was awesome. And he was talking about having a child. And so I asked him a question. Tiffany got up and asked him a question. Landon got up and asked him a question. And then we went through his line, and he was super nice. We paid for like the prepaid picture. We weren't going to risk not being able to get a selfie with him, like we would normally do. Cause sometimes they don't do a selfie at the booth. So we paid like the big money. I think we paid like $100 or something like that, $80 or whatever to get the setting photo with him or whatever. But we wanted to go through and say hi to him because we had just gone to the panel discussion, right? And he really liked our questions and stuff. So we walked through and the lady said, "Yeah, that's fine. You can go up and say hi to him. That's fine." Because I explained, hey, we already paid $100 for the photo, that we're taking later tonight. Can we do this? And she's like, "Yeah." We get all the way up there. And this lady from the Comic-Con goes, "You can't do that." And I said, "Ma'am, I'm telling you, I paid $100 to get a photo with him, so I don't need an autograph and I don't need to get a selfie with him." I said, "I just want to come by and just shake his hand and say hi to him and just like show my appreciation to him because we're getting our professional photo with him and just here in a few minutes." And she goes, "No, you can't do. Who told you could do that?" I said, "Well, the lady right over there." She leaves to go chew this lady out, right? That told us we could do it. And we had waited a half an hour at that point. And in the meantime, Brandon's handler comes over and is like, "What's the holdup?" Because this lady was not going to let us through, right? And the guy comes over and he's like, what's the problem?" And she goes, "This guy," like talking about me, and like I wasn't rude to her at all. She goes, she was turning red. She goes, "This guy thinks that he's just going to come by and say hi to Brandon because he's getting a picture." I said, "No," and I explained to the guy. I said, "No, man, it's me and my family." I said, "We're huge Superman fans." I said, "And we're just coming by." I said, "We just wanted to stop by and just because we talked to him at the panel there." And the guy recognized us. And I said, "We just talked to him at the panel." I said, we're getting our professional photo here in a little bit that we paid $100 for." I said, "So I don't need to pay another $30 or $40 for the snapshot." I said, "This is what we're doing." And his handler looks at the lady and goes, "So they paid $100 for the photo in a little while?" She goes, "Yeah." "And they just want to come by and shake his hand and say thank you?" He goes, "Yeah." He looks at me and he goes, "Come on." And he just looks at her, like rolls his eyes, like, "What the heck is your problem? Like, what are you doing? Like, just trying to tick people off." And so we come through, and here's the funny thing. Brandon sees us. I had talked to him in the panel discussion. I asked him a question because Superman means so much to me as a character, and I've shared this on the channel before because not having my dad, and he was a male role model to me and everything. And my son, I pass that on to my son, and that's why I named his middle name Jor-El. That resonated with Brandon. Brandon came out from behind the table and gave me a hug, like wrapped his arms around me, gave me a hug and thanked me. And he said, "Man," and then he saw Landon and he's like, he hugged Landon, like he grabbed Landon and like hugged Landon. And we had this great little talk and everything. We were talking and everything. And it was so good. And so then he says, Tiffany was joking with him because we had met John Wesley Shipp a couple years previous, and John Wesley Shipp gave us some spoilers for the end of the season and for The Flash. And so Tiffany was joking with Brandon and goes, "Hey, the season finale of Legends of Tomorrow is, coming up. Like, you got any spoilers stuff?" And he's like,
He's like, wait, you want spoilers? You really want spoilers? And she's like, well, yeah, from you, I'll take spoilers. Absolutely. And so he's like, okay. He's like, but you can't tell anybody, right? He's like, you can't tell anybody what I'm about to tell you. And I jokingly said, well, I mean, we do have a YouTube channel, you know, and I said, you know, it might slip out. And he just looked at it. I said, no, I'm just joking, man. He's like, yeah, you can't tell anybody. I'm like, I said, dude, I would not tell anybody. And then I kind of jokingly said, well, I mean, maybe if you did like a little drop for us, I could guarantee, you know, that we would tell anybody. And he goes, yeah, you want to do it?
Extortion.
Right. No, well, I was joking with him, and he goes, yeah, man. He says, I'll absolutely do that. So he gives us the spoilers,
so
right?
awesome.
And then he goes, hey, yeah, come on, let's do it. I'll do a little drop for you, right? Look over at the lady, right?
Fuming.
Because I didn't pay for a picture, and I didn't pay for like an autograph or anything. She's like 40 shades of red, man. She
Had a
is
smug
like
pug walk past her. Just
she looks like like a raspberry at this point. I mean, she is so ticked off. And then Brandon did this for us.
Hi, everyone, in the Poindexter Lounge. I hope you enjoyed Legends of Tomorrow, and thanks for watching. Thank you.
That's cool.
Super cool. Really great guy. So you asked me the question, would I take a Superman Returns sequel instead of Man of Steel 2? Look, if it happened, all I would say is this.
I wouldn't be upset.
I wouldn't be upset just because I saw what Brandon can do on Crisis on Infinite Earths. And if he could really make that something special with what they gave him and allowed him to do, and like with a proper suit and a proper look and everything.
Story.
Yeah, it wasn't Brandon's fault.
Yeah, that movie didn't fall because of him. That movie fall because
it wasn't Brandon's fault.
Nostalgia.
It was not Brandon's fault.
Shouldn't be. So
yeah. So yeah. Okay. So back to this craziness. All right. Let's see. Actually, I kind of like that one better for this, so you guys can actually. Yes, like Elmo says, make sure tonight that you like this video. Come on. Wait, just make sure to leave a like, friends, or get banned. I totally missed that. I didn't see that he said that. That's funny. That's funny. Yes, but please make sure before you leave.
Unsubscribed, apparently.
Apparently, yeah, you get unsubscribed by YouTube. But hey, Music Man, if you're still here, man, thanks for being here, buddy. Appreciate you. Okay.
Hulk Hogan, that's cool.
That's cool. Okay, so let's finish this up. So Shatner said in 2010s that Takei was unwilling to play second fiddle. In 2020s, says last year Shatner doubled down on the claim that he really did not know Takei because his role did not require him to be on as often as Captain Kirk. The actor responded to a tweet claiming that Takei had laughed off the claim. He was in less than 2/3 of the episodes. He was a day player. He came in 1 or 2 days a week. Do the math. I mean, which kind of makes sense. Right?
He's not wrong, though.
He's not wrong. I mean, I know it's probably a slam and it cuts. It cuts pretty deep, but yeah, I mean, he was in less than 2/3 of the episodes, and like most of the shots are just him like at the helm, like at the
time.
Yeah, I mean, so and every once in a while, they had some. Yeah, he's swashbuckling with a sword. I mean, so I get it.
Shirtless fencing,
Right? He says, but he was a day player. He came in 1 or 2 days a week. Do the math. That's why I don't know him. He was on set maybe 3 weeks total per year. That's why I say he has all of these fake stories from the set. When did he have time to act?
Oh man. Okay, I can see it was smart a little bit. God, dang.
The feud made headlines.
90 has 0 F's to give, bro.
I know, man. Like, when did he's got all these fake stories from the set. When did he have time to act? The feud made headlines just last week when Shatner went to space in Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin capsule. At age 90, Shatner became the oldest person to have ever gone into space. But he's boldly going where other people have gone before, Takei told Page 6 upon news of Shatner's journey. He's a guinea pig. He continued to continue on the actor's age. Takei went on to say that he was not the fittest specimen of 90 years old. Shatner clapped back at the comments on Twitter saying, "Don't hate George. The only time he gets press is when he talks bad about me."
He's not lying.
He's not lying. That's the funny thing about this. I get it. Shatner's got a big ego, man. I get it. But Tell me where that's not true. Like, what he's saying. Like,
the straw that stirred the drink on that show, man. Like, come on, dude.
oh, you're right, RJ. Like some of these people that supervise these things, like I think they're given instructions, right? And they just take that to like the worst level, man.
Have you ever seen somebody with a power trip?
Yeah,
they take it personally. They take
nothing worse. Ugh.
Yeah, they do. They just, like I've told a story about like when I saw Lou Ferrigno, like I wasn't even looking at Lou Ferrigno. Like it was the first Comic-Con I'd ever been to, and I had my phone out to see like what the next event was that we were going to go to at the con. And we were literally across the aisle, completely away from Lou Ferrigno. This lady comes running across the aisle to yell at me and tell me to put my phone away because no photography of Mr. Ferrigno without paying for a picture. And she keeps yelling, you can't take a picture of Mr. Ferrigno. You can't take a picture of Mr. Ferrigno. And I just looked up at her and I said, ma'am, I don't even have my camera on. I am not trying to take a picture of Mr. Ferrigno. I am literally just looking to see what our next event is. And she's still yelling at me like I'm doing something wrong. And I just said, look, I don't care. Yes, I watched Incredible Hulk when I was a kid, but I'm not here to meet Mr. Ferrigno. So then, of course, later we walked past him and I had to snap a shot just to spite that woman. But my God, like I get it, but I don't at the same time, And I think it takes away from it takes away from the fan experience too when you got jerks like that who,
messes up your memory.
Yeah, it does. People got to remember like this. I get it. Like there's some people who just go to all these things, right? And they, they're just buying autographs to resell on eBay and, and whatnot. But most of these people are just, people, this is their first time. This maybe their first and only time to meet a celebrity, like don't ruin that for them, That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad I started small. I met Garrett Wong at Old Sacramento in like the second season of Star Trek Voyager.
Dude,
Garrett Wong or Garrett Yang? Was it Yang?
Garrett Wong. It's Wang, but it's pronounced Wong.
Oh wow! Damn, I'm glad I didn't meet him in person. I would have totally done that.
I always thought
Mr. Wang.
Too. Yeah,
Hey.
Mr. Wang. Sorry.
He's closing in on 60. Baby Harry's going in on 60, man. He's 58 years old. I'm like, wow. I can't believe because that show was on 26 years ago. And it's the best Star Trek show from 1 to 7. From season 1 to 7, Star Trek Voyager is the best. And it has the best Vulcan of all Star Trek with Tuvok.
Tuvok was legit, though.
I mean, he was the wise.
Except for Tuvix. I didn't like that very much.
I love that story because of the conflict of that story of what they had to do.
That is true. That is true.
That and then when she when the doctor kept having nightmares because he had 2 infants and one of them was Harry, so he chose his friend. He felt guilty because the other one died and Harry didn't, and so Janeway had to keep erasing his memory until 7 of 9 says, "Oh, how is he going to evolve if you don't let him deal with grief?" So she lets him deal with grief, and I'm like, wow. The evolution of that hologram from season 1 all the way up to season
sentience by the end, yeah,
it was great. That literally is the best because Next Generation, the first 2 seasons of Next Generation are painful to watch. I would rather watch The Wiggles or something than watch those.
Yeah,
those are horrible episodes.
A spit take, I love it.
And it wasn't until the Best of Both Worlds that for me, because remember, Star Trek got canceled and put into syndication, and people didn't realize it because the syndication at that time, the syndication and the broadcaster were the same people. They just sold you into a different channel. So you moved in LA, you moved from channel 5 to
Why
channel
did I freeze like that?
Huh?
I froze like this.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the
Wiggles.
First 2 episodes, the first 2 seasons of Star Trek, I thought were bad. DS9, the first 3 seasons until they got into the Dominion War, bored me to tears. But Voyager from episodes 1 to 7, were the 3 that lasted 7 years, was the best one for me.
Salad.
Yeah,
Yummy,
no, because
yummy.
as far as like the first 2 seasons of Voyager, there was a little bit more good times in between.
Well, there was character development from 1 to 7. Even when 7 of 9 came on, the evolution of Nine from when she comes in season 4 and all the way up until season 7, and to coach all of them. Even Tuvok to a certain extent.
Yeah.
As consistent as he was, he evolved. And I love that about that show. And it was just like I said, it was my favorite show, and I wish there was more of it. And that was the last show, the last Star Trek show where old Trek fan didn't have the power to choke the life out of Star Trek.
True.
Old Trek fan came out and snuffed what could have been one of the best Star Trek series ever, and that's Enterprise. Old Trek fan and the Gatekeeper and the Trek Bible and the Trek cult, they came out and just, they were going to defend Roddenberry's honor, and they were going to basically, and UPN was such a weak network at the time that it couldn't just do what J.J. Abrams told them and said, go take a hike, and we're going to do what we're going to do. They just didn't have that clout at the time.
Yeah.
That's why you went without Star Trek from 2004 to 2015, 17, because of old Trek fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, Voyager was the last. I mean, they bitched and moaned about Voyager too, and they didn't want to come out and say it, but they're misogynists. I mean, it was a woman captain. They were always saying she was whiny. I'm like, what? I never saw Janeway whine. Janeway was one of the most powerful character captains besides Avery Brooks. Avery Brooks captain, especially towards the Dominion War, they were epitome of leadership.
Love
and
Cisco.
Couple things here. First, Big Dub Production says, I met Hogan. I know, Brian, you mentioned this when he was like 6 or 7. I think dude, that's awesome. I wish I would love to meet Hulk Hogan. Like, I know the guy, notorious for a bunch of stuff that's not so good. Okay. But Hulk Hogan was my hero as a kid. Gotta say, loved Hulk Hogan growing up.
He was mine too until I found out some things about him that really.
I know.
The things I found out about him preclude. I can't look at him in the same way anymore.
Yeah, I know it's hard. Me. Yeah. What's that?
Especially how some of the things he said about, guys who look like me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm so disappointed because, like I said, I was so disappointed because this is the guy, as a wrestling fan, that was your guy. That was your dude. I mean, that was every Saturday morning. So when I started hearing things, I'm like, I don't believe that. Everybody says that about people. Then I started, I'm like, dude, oh wow, I started to put it all together. It's like, ugh.
I know, man. That's a hard thing. Also, what's up, DC Talk with Extended?
Hey, buddy.
Good to see you, man. Hey, let me know. So I reset a bunch of stuff. Hey, Brian, you haven't seen your hat yet, have you?
No, not yet.
Okay. Your hat should be there. So stuff should be arriving anytime. I mean, like, it literally should be there anytime. So DC
I'll have
Talk,
to ask in the morning.
I had to send DC Talk's stuff. I think we figured out that the first time I sent it out to him, I didn't have his apartment number, and so didn't have that on there. But hey, man, let me know when you get those books. Because I sent him those comics
nice.
of the John Byrne series. And so Goober says, I met Hogan a couple of years ago wearing my Macho Man shirt.
And that's a sore subject too for him.
Oh, not anymore, man. He's lied his way out of that and said that the two of them, made up, that they were best friends, dude. Didn't you know? They were like,
hanging out. Come back and say he's lying. He's obviously
exactly. They were hanging out. They were chilling. They were, yeah, man. They were, him and Hogan, man, Macho Man and Hogan were like this again, man. They were like peas and carrots. Let's see. Here are a couple. That dude Ben says Shatner only gets pressed when he rides a giant phallic rocket into space.
He ain't lying.
He ain't lying either.
No, Priceline.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he did all that. I mean, yeah, Shatner's done some stuff. Actually, did you see the thing where like Shatner was like interviewing like fellow captains?
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. I love
that. We did Patrick Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he interviewed Patrick Stewart,
Chris Pine,
Scott Bakula,
Kate
Mulgrew. Everybody, like all of them, man. And that was
they had a lot in common. I like that show. They had a lot in common because of the way that Star Trek did with them. Because even Kate Mulgrew, she regrets the time she didn't spend with her kids because as Voyager was filming, that is when her kids were growing up. And same thing with Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart, his kid was becoming a man, and they were away. They were filming these movies and these shows, and it takes a lot. And I didn't realize just how much of their time was taken until I hear them now years later talking about, they were all in the set schedules and all that. Now it's back. We live in the streaming era where shows are 13 episodes and we get happy. Those were minimum 26 episodes, and it took a lot to do them. And you had a shortened season. It's not like The Sopranos, which it would end, and then 2 years later you get your next season. When Star Trek ended in May, it started in September. So you were filming halfway through the season you were on. You took a small break, and then you were filming right again to get ready for September. So you had kids growing up a lot in that, And I remember them talking about that because they all have kids, and they all reflected on how it affected them not being around. And I thought that was sobering,
Yeah.
But that special was really good.
Blake here says people can be jerks. No leeway for things that can make a fan's day. I get rules are set, but yeah, come on now. Absolutely, Blake. H Bart's here with a $2 super chat. Thank you, H Bart's. Love H Bart's, man. We got to do this Hall of Fame thing. Like I got like this running list now of people that I need to induct into the Poindexter Hall of Fame, man. So like, but I said I was going to get you in there first. So we got to do it. We got to do it. Like I don't care what day we do it on. It doesn't have to be a Friday. It doesn't have to be whatever, man. We'll just we'll just do it.
Honor.
Yeah, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. H Bart's $2 super chat says, "I'm back, Elmo. What's it? I'm back. I know they're always like fighting or play fighting in here. I'm back. I'm back. Elmo said, you said RJ is taking the L tonight." You know what I love about RJ? We have such great discussions with RJ, and I love RJ. Like I don't even want anybody to think that I'm picking on RJ or I'm bullying RJ because I hate to even think that anybody would even think that. Because I don't.
Apparently, I hate him. According to somebody I ran into on one of these Twitter things.
Yeah,
I hate him and I hate Jarbo. And I'm like, I do? Wow. Okay.
Damn.
Yeah. No, I love RJ. RJ is a good guy, and I appreciate RJ. I appreciate RJ's opinions, and
don't watch tomorrow. Don't watch tomorrow because we're doing a Dune spoiler warning. And we both actually, you haven't seen it. You've seen it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Who knows? Maybe RJ will come in like hot tomorrow and be like, I hated it. It was awful. But you know what? Like, I love RJ so much. I'm going to take him out to lunch one day. And I think I'll take him here.
All over town, people are talking about the lunch trench. It's the ditch where you can eat your food.
Jeez.
Okay, so that's that. Let's see. We just got a couple more here. Let me get to here's a real quick one. Does it not just seem like to anybody like we just literally talked about the announcement of this film?
I have no interest in this. I'm sorry. I was hoping they would get canceled.
I don't. But didn't we literally just like? It just seems like RJ. Like help me with this. Like, didn't we literally just do a video of this like a couple of months ago talking about like they were announcing that they were doing Rise of the Beast?
Well, isn't most of it CGI though? That could have been done like.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's live action, dude. It's
well, the live action part would be like really short. I mean, but they probably had all the other.
It's a movie. They still have to shoot the whole movie, dude. Like they literally announced it like a couple of months ago. Like it was really. I don't know, man.
I mean, who knows? It's tough. I'm not looking forward to be Lawrence of Arabia because lately the Transformers franchise has kind of just become background noise for me. It's just they just aren't very good movies anymore.
Hogan and Mach were hanging and banging, brother. RJ, that's the closer right there. We're going to talk about Hayden Christensen. Yeah. So this just nothing. There's nothing really big here. It's just that they announced that the movie is done. Like as far as like they're filming, like they're done filming, and like we've already seen a picture of this. This is not how Optimus will look in the film. This is the old Optimus Prime, but we've already seen the truck. But there it is. I'll say this part looks great. This is the part that I'm actually looking forward to. Is actually seeing some.
I saw the film when it's moving around. Yeah,
some Gen 1 Transformers. So
makes sense.
Yep, but that's a wrap. They said directed by Capel, written by Darnell Medayer and Josh Peters from a story by Joby Harold.
Rise of the Beast is currently scheduled for release on June 24th, 2022. So, man, just a few months away, I guess. Dang. It is the 7th entry in the live-action Transformers film franchise and serves as a sequel to director Travis Knight and writer Christina Hodson's 1980s set installment Bumblebee, which released in 2018. So, yeah, man. So, getting another installment. It's the sequel to that. So, there you go. But yeah, that's a wrap. It's done shooting, and now we just have to wait and see what they do. And I just hope that the Gen 1 robots look as cool as this, because they finally gave us short nose. Like it is weird. Is it just weird to me? Because I don't think it's weird. Like it can't be just to me. Like Transformers 1 established, like, they came here, they scanned vehicles, and they became what they were. Like, now apparently they've been here throughout all time in history. And like as the series went on, we've talked about this time and time again, but as the series went on, it just got weirder and weirder. And then all of a sudden,
aren't they using this to retcon the rest of it though?
No, dude, it's basically a continuation. They're not changing.
Well, no, but they started years before all the Michael Bay movies, so aren't they pretty much?
These are continuations of that, man. These are just kind of prequels to that. So all this stuff supposedly happened before Michael Bay's movies.
Well, but they can't, because Prime is there. If Prime is there right after that, then remember Prime came from outer space, so they're retconning something.
It's the same thing. They're basically just saying that it's the same thing. That they're just adding to it. That's the problem that I have with it. I mean, like, Bumblebee's the same character. Bumblebee's the exact same. Like, and he still can't talk. I don't understand. That's like the biggest travesty of this stuff. Like,
yeah, you can't fix a machine.
Yeah, I mean, like, what in the world, man? Like seriously, like, and Bumblebee, didn't they show that he got damaged in the first Transformers movie, right?
Yeah, that jet ripped his throat.
So, like, why wouldn't have he been able to? It's been a while since I've seen Bumblebee. Why did they say again that he couldn't talk in Bumblebee?
Well, when he's fighting that one Decepticon, the very first one he fights, that Decepticon rips out his voice communicator thing. Remember when he was fighting in the mountain right before John Cena's goofy character showed up?
Oh yeah, it's been I've only seen it twice. And
there was nobody there to prepare him because he was the scout. He was the only one there. So he should be able to get fixed up. But by the virtue, this can't be a continuation. It's a continuation of Bumblebee, but it can't be that associated with the stuff we've seen.
Dude, they've said that it is. They've said that it's still all connected. They're not. It like they said that Bumblebee was a soft reboot, kind of, but
that right there, just what we're looking at, that's not a soft reboot. That is, they're retconning the Prime that you saw that appeared in 07. They are retconning that Prime.
It's supposed to all connect.
We're looking at him. I mean, you try.
I know, but it's supposed to still all connect. That by the time they get back to the timeline where Transformers the movie actually happens, it's supposed to connect.
I think they're picking and choosing what they want to keep going forward. That's why they started back in 1987.
Maybe
because of because they don't. There's no time. I mean, there's no time travel that we know of that that they.
But I mean, they're doing Beast Wars. I know.
I'm sorry that that's happening, but.
Yeah, me too. I get it that like there's a lot of people who love Beast Wars and everything, and I'm happy for them.
You dropping $10 a head on it though with kids? I mean, it's just I
don't know, man. H Barts with a $5 super chat. Thank you, H Barts. Says we'll do the Hall of Fame when I'm 30. We gotta wait 9 years for it. LOL, been stuck on weekends. Yeah, I know, man. We just gotta get you in here. We gotta figure out a day to do it, and like, even if we do an early stream or something like that, and we're just like, hey, it's the H Barts stream, come early, show up, and we'll do it, because I want to get you in there, man. I want to get the graphic done. So that's that. Yeah, RJ says, yeah, the movie just got announced back in like June, and now it's done filming. It's like, there you go, instant movie. I know it got announced during the summer. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just seems like from announcement to this, it I don't know. It just seems pretty short, which is kind of a concern. RJ says, I love Bumblebee, so I hope it doesn't tarnish the goodwill that film set up.
Well, if it's doing G1, it's continuing that goodwill. That's what I'm saying. The other movies, the latter movies that from the ones that we've been watching the last 10, 15 years, those last ones sucked, and those tarnished the image because they were the more they did, the further away they became. They didn't even look like Transformers anymore. What the hell is Megatron? Megatron looked like an armored cockroach.
Dude, but he's a I think he's a tank in this one. Was he a tank? No, he wasn't a tank. He was a we showed pictures this last week of him. Hold on a second, because they showed pictures of all of the
they actually look like the toys in some cases.
Some of them. But I'm trying to see here. Hold on a second. I know I got the picture on my phone.
Because not to have that iconic Megatron head that I used to break off when I bought Megatron in the store, because it was a trigger. You just turned his head around and slid it over. He was the hardest Transformer to transform, man.
Oh yeah, dude. I had him when I was a kid too. But yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man. He was
die cast. Remember those when they were die cast? You didn't do no plastic. You had die cast. Them things were heavy.
Yes. Okay, that's not the right picture. Trying to find the thing that I had on that with the cars and the things, because we just did an episode that had that's tonight. That's tonight. I'm trying to find it, but it's been a while since we did that episode, so I don't know if I can find it real quick. Is this it? Oh yeah, here it is. He's the truck again. He's that Mad Max style truck. Remember that Mad Max style truck that they had him as? Here, I'll pull up that.
What is it?
That thumbnail again. Hold on a second, because they had all of the vehicles. They were showing all of the vehicles.
I always love the fact that the smallest trinket on the show was the commander of the Decepticons.
Right.
His second in command was a tape deck.
Yeah, here it is. So there's Megatron, right there.
Look at Jazz. Jazz is the exact same Porsche 911 that he is as a toy.
I know Jazz looks great. I still don't understand why we're doing this Camaro thing. They literally made him a bug finally. Why is he back to being a Camaro?
That's what I'm saying. I think they're retconning what we've seen, and I'm happy.
Why is he a Camaro? Why? They finally made him a bug, man. Like, they've made him a VW bug. Like, it was right. All was good with the world. And now we're back to trying to make him cooler than he is. And of course we got, I mean, I love this. I love everything about this right here. I mean,
I want to see what Megatron looks like in robot form. I want to see if they got the head right.
Yeah. Well, and then I just noticed this. Apparently it took out the windshield here, but they got a VW bus. And I'm trying to figure out who the heck that's supposed to be.
He might be transferring from one vehicle to another. He might be able to transfer his consciousness from one vehicle to another.
I don't think that's what they're doing here, though, because this is basically like they're kind of establishing like who all these are. So I don't think that that's what's going on here. Like, if I had to guess, it's just another guy. Of course, you got that Decepticon, Mater, his tow truck. Got Mater there. But I mean, here's Megatron. I don't know. It's interesting to see the way that they put these things together.
Make him a gun, and so he can transform. And
Can't do that. Hey, there's deranged Enosh. Says, "Oh dear, big baby Lord, get you a cup."
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're winding down here.
It's getting late.
It is, but
But we gotta save the best for last.
Yes, sir. All right. So now, okay. So here's another quick one that I know nobody's going to care about before this, but I thought it was funny, and it just made a funny headline. Ryan Gosling to play opposite Margot Robbie in the Barbie movie from Warner Brothers. We can't get Superman or Man of Steel 2. Can't get Man of Steel 2. We're getting everything that we want from DC, though, according to Ann Sarnoff. They're giving it. They gave us everything that we wanted. We're getting all the cool stuff from Ann Sarnoff. We can't get Man of Steel 2, but we can get a Barbie live action movie.
Okay, there's two things that I would be down for. Okay. And they both involve the band Aqua from.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm a Barbie girl. Oh, I knew.
Yeah, and I need Ryan Gosling to utter, "Come on, Barbie, let's go party." Please. Make it happen. Other than that, I have no interest in this.
None. But he's producing it and funding it, so they're
That's
just
cool, man.
distributing it. So it's not like
Yeah, but yeah. So here we've got.
And it's not going to cost anything. So there you go.
Yeah. So here we got Ryan Gosling. It will be playing Ken opposite Margot Robbie. What do you guys think of Margot Robbie as Barbie?
I think Margot Robbie can play just about anything, and it's unfortunate that she's been in a couple of duds that
Yeah,
I think she's Academy Award level.
But do you think though? But I mean, one, do you think that it's a good idea for her to play Barbie, given what she's been in the movies? She's like, 'cause she's done some great roles, she's done some serious roles.
Well, she's a multi-dimensional actor. I mean, what did I do when I think of that way, and like this my Heath Ledger rule is I just realize that these guys are multi-dimensional and that they can become whatever they need to be.
Yeah.
And I think she's one of those few out there right now that can become convincingly whatever you need her to be. And then you.
But do you think though that she has the look of a Barbie doll though?
I think after production is done with her, they'll have the look of anything that they need her to be. You got hair, you got makeup, you have all kinds of things. I mean, these guys are, like I said, they're chameleons, and then the people who work on them are chameleons too. So I believe that in a high-end production, she can become whatever she needs to be. And you got the best makeup effects in Hollywood working on her.
Oh yeah, that dude Vince. I guarantee you this. I mean, it's Barbie, right? So unless the script is totally horrible and it craps all over the toy, but Mattel is involved. So I mean, but unless it's just like one of these things where it offends everybody who's ever played with a Barbie doll before, I'm sure it'll do really well. Paul Smith says if it ain't R-rated and filthy, I don't want to see it.
Wolf on Wall Street level Margot Robbie, then yeah, I mean, but then once again, she played a character there that's
in all honesty, so let's be fair. Wolf of Wall Street, Margot Robbie is more like what Barbie's ended up being, anyways. Like little girls. Like I grew up with two sisters, man. They all had Barbies, and none of those Barbies had clothes on. So
can you pop Ken's head off and put it on Barbie's body, and then pop Barbie's head off and put it on Ken's body?
That's some serial killer talk there.
I'm just wondering, what is this story? what is the Barbie story? I mean, does she have every job? Is she rich and spoiled?
She play tennis?
Is she an astronaut and run McDonald's and a doctor and a pediatrician and a scientist and a works at NASA, and what else did Barbie do? Off roads and I don't know. What is this story? This actually fascinates me, of them doing a live action.
I could see people getting upset though. This movie reinforces gender norms. I hate it.
Oh yeah.
But Barbie was all about women empowerment, girl empowerment, giving girls something. Because traditionally on TV, you saw girls as a housewife or working just traditional jobs. And Barbie was a power character, and that's why she did everything. That's why she did things that because
it wasn't a woman. They were trying to inspire little girls, but not Mary Wilcox. She was, as a girl, I was literally forced to play with them. I hated it.
I don't blame you.
Mary, how do you really feel, Mary?
Because girls played with dolls, and that's what parents raised their girls to do. That was traditional.
Mary not happy at all here about having to play with Barbie. Her anger is through the roof.
I cannot express my anger right now. It's through the roof. Through the roof, I'm telling you. It's through the roof. It's long gone. But still, don't do that. Stop.
And now guys play with My Little Ponies, that you hadn't seen that 20, 30 years
That's
ago.
true. Polly Pocket movie is next.
Bronies.
I have no response to that.
You have no response to Polly Pocket?
I'm waiting for Care Bears, like a live action Care Bears.
I want
live action Care Bears in the style of Five Nights at Freddy's.
I want a horror Care Bears. I want them,
yes.
I want them ripping hearts out, not giving them.
Like the
Care Bear stare.
Oh,
I want
Jesus
the bear
Christ.
stare to be hypnosis, frying your brain. I want them to be bears. Bears attack humans. That's what I want the Care Bears to be.
This is for RJ. I think I shared it with RJ, but I haven't sent it over to my computer yet. But so somebody did a bunch of these pictures where
Paddington the bear, you know, because RJ loves Paddington. He thinks
talking teddy bear?
that, he thinks that Paddington is just it, man.
The bee's knees.
He's the bee's knees.
He's always creeped me out. Paddington
he's
is
the,
for some
he's
reason
the
always
cool.
creeped me.
Yeah, he was kind of an unusual little guy, wasn't he?
That and Pooh Bear.
All right. Where are the effing snorks, man?
Okay, so I'm gonna
shifty-gism.
so I'm gonna show you a couple things. Hopefully, you guys can see this. This is Paddington. This is Paddington in a wide range of other movies. Like here's Paddington in The Matrix. Right here's
really classes up the joint.
Here's Paddington in the Zack Snyder film
Army of the Dead.
Army of the Dead. Here's Paddington in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers as the Orange Ranger.
God dang. Oh man, memories.
Here's Paddington in Rogue One.
Oh Lord.
Here's Paddington in Shang-Chi.
Oh Jesus.
Here's Paddington in Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, it's extended arms. That's all.
With extended arms. But the first time my son Landon saw that scene in Nightmare on Elm Street, he laughed his butt off. Here's Paddington in Halloween. Here's Paddington in what was that movie? What was it called? Was that
Don't Breathe?
Yeah, Don't Breathe. Yeah, there he is down there, being quiet. Here's Paddington in Paranormal Activity.
Where is he? Oh, I see him.
It's actually technically Paranormal Activity 2.
RJ.
Here's Paddington in
Bird Box.
Bird Box. Here's Paddington in Frankenstein.
Oh Jesus. Where's the Zack Snyder's Justice League where he's holding the mother boxes? Oh,
Scream. Scream. I think it might be. Yeah, that was the last one that I had. But yeah,
mean Paddington.
I know, man. He's mad. He's angry. So, but yeah. So the Barbie movie is coming. It's got good old. What's his name is Ryan Gosling as Ken.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. Yeah. So the plot's unknown at this time, but it says one can expect that this won't be your typical take on the doll story. Robbie is producing the film under her Lucky Chap Entertainment production banner, along with Lucky Chap's Tom Ackerley. So,
hey, maybe this will keep her from doing Harley Quinn movies until it's time.
There you go. So that was reported by Deadline. There you got Ryan Gosling as Ken. My question to all of you: are you guys going to run out and watch it? That's cinema right there.
Well, who's playing Ryu? Oh, this isn't a Street Fighter remake? No. Never mind. Pass. No.
Only movie I can sit through Ryan Gosling in is Blade Runner 2049. That's it. It's the only movie I can finish with him in.
RJ says every movie would be better if it had Paddington in it.
Mary
I do have a question. Thanks, Nash. Now I won't be able to sleep tonight. You're welcome.
Everywhere you're looking to see Paddington.
Where's Batman v Paddington? RJ says, with a $4.99 super chat, thank you. RJ says, happy to see Hayden come back for multiple shows. I want him to have his redemption arc as that character with two great performances. Can't wait. Which brings us to our
Jumper. His Jumper was the greatest Hayden Christensen performance of all time.
Yeah,
See,
you know what? Out of all of them, I think
shade,
Jumper was
man.
probably the best.
Yeah. Telling you, George Lucas ruined his performance, man.
Yep. So here's the news from Deadline. Hayden Christensen joins Rosario Dawson in Star Wars spinoff Ahsoka. Hayden Christensen is set to reprise his role as Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader in Disney Plus's latest Star Wars spinoff. He will feature in Ahsoka, which is set to start production in 2022, alongside Rosario Dawson, who plays the eponymous
character. The Jedi Padon.
You all right, man?
Come on, Deadline.
Padon.
Oh, you're reading how they spelled it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm reading how they wrote it. The
Oh,
Jedi
God.
Padon. Whoop, I'm sorry, I didn't take this out. Okay, the Jedi Padon, whatever a Jedi Padon is, and the Jedi Padawan of Anakin Skywalker, who appeared in The Mandalorian. The Christensen will likely feature in flashbacks or as a Jedi presence. Jedi presence.
A ghost.
Jedi presence. Deadline. Jedi presence.
Get your stuff together, Deadline. Come on.
Jedi presence. How long? It's always been Force Ghost. Deadline. You're missing the point here. You're missing the mark.
Ain't that the truth?
Come on, Jedi presence. Padon. It's a Padon and a Jedi presence. Okay, whatever. So it says so Christian will likely feature in flashbacks or as a Jedi presence, as tends to be the case in the Star Wars universe. Does it tend to be the case? Is that how it tends to be the case? Because we've had a lot of this, right?
Yeah, it's just so common.
As the series is set 5 years after Return of the Jedi. It comes after it was revealed at the end of last year that Christensen, who made his debut in Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, was to reprise his role as the father of Luke and Leia, who turns to the dark side of the Force. Spoilers! And becomes Darth Vader. In Disney Plus's Obi-Wan Kenobi series alongside Ewan McGregor. So he's going to be back for Obi-Wan, but now he's coming back for this. The limited series is written by Dave Filoni, which is what gives me the hope that it's going to be good and actually make some sense. This is an executive produced by Filoni and Jon Favreau. Ahsoka is from the alien species Togruta, who are
Togruta.
Oh, what did I say? Did I say Togruta?
Yes.
I think I was thinking Grogu. Togruta, who are known for their large montrals and head tails and colorful pigments. The character of Ahsoka was co-created by George Lucas and Filoni. The Hollywood Reporter was first with the news. Way to go, Deadline, to talk about the Hollywood Reporter there. So there's 2 comments. Do you think they're going to be positive? Should we read them? 2 comments. Enjoyed him in the movies. His character's awkwardness around his love interest was great. Great. Come on. That awkwardness where he's like,
I'm dying.
Please tell me you feel this too. I've been dying a little inside ever since I got back in touch with you. Since I first saw you again. Please tell me I'm not the only one hurting inside.
You sound like Fozzie Bear trying to do Star Wars.
Obi-Wan is judgmental. He's overbearing. He just doesn't understand. I'm better than him, you know.
He's holding me back.
I'm not the Jedi.
I killed them, you know. The women.
So a dictatorship? A dictatorship, Anakin? Well, if it works.
Right.
Oh, wait, you don't like that? I mean, I'm just joking.
Let's roll around in the grass now.
Let me ride this potato cow. Worst scene ever in Star Wars. I'm sorry. Worst scene ever in Star Wars is when he rides that potato cow.
I think the IMAX got rid of that part because that was back when IMAX, because that was the first ever IMAX movie I ever saw, and like that the Sound of Music scene.
Wow, did you see it when you had to sit in them big chairs up those big long things where you had to climb up and get into them?
Oh yeah, no, this was just
that IMAX. Oh wow.
Oh no, this was just your like steel perforated IMAX screen that was nice and big and huge.
Yeah, but you had to sit in these things, and they put this thing down so they hold you in. The ones in Vegas.
No, it wasn't one of the dome style ones. Oh. This was in Sacramento. It was weak sauce. It's still there too.
Dan G1 says, "Sup, Enosh, been a while. Always missing these since I started my job.
Well, hopefully you get to see him on the replays, man. After they're done. It says late to the party, but I've got to chime in with Bree versus Paddington. It's the battle we need to see. Yes.
Right.
It says Bradley says she basically confirmed it, RJ, and signed it with Snips, so it's cute. It says, "Oh, what happened to Rosario?" I mean, she's. Inash, did you see Rosario's post today? It broke my heart. It broke your heart?
Right.
What?
Oh.
Hold on. We got to find out what that is. Was it on Twitter? Jimmy says, Inash, would you rather want Hayden in the Vader suit for this series, or is Anakin mostly with a little bit of him in the Vader suit? Because we all remember Revenge of the Sith. No. Here's the thing. I don't want Hayden Christensen in the Vader suit. He doesn't look right in the Vader suit. He's not the right size for the Vader suit. His mannerisms weren't good for the Vader suit.
I remember he was just learning. I mean, he just got it on. I mean, give the guy a break. He just got put together, you know.
Is that really an excuse? Because you know that they did practice runs and everything, and like
no.
He hasn't been in that Vader suit now for like almost 20 years, man.
I'm talking about Darth Vader. By the time you see him in Episode 3, he just gets the suit. He just gets these new limbs. The character Darth Vader had just got all this on him.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like Frankenstein getting off the table. It's gonna take
you imagine having your legs ripped off and 3/4 of your body burnt, and then
okay, that's a good in-universe way to explain away the fact that Hayden Christensen did not do well in the suit. Okay, I'll give you that. No, he.
Well, you could blame George Lucas for not casting a tall enough Anakin Skywalker.
You're true. You're true.
It doesn't matter how tall Anakin Skywalker is, because once he's
because
he's like taller. So.
Yeah, once he gets halved,
right? Like making up for something, are we now here, Anakin? Yeah.
He thought he had the high ground.
So I will say this: I would rather just see Hayden Christensen in flashbacks or as a Force ghost. That's what I would want to see him as. Like, I really don't want to see him in. Like, I don't want to see things of like Vader without a helmet on.
I don't need to see Rebels where he gets it cut in the face and you see the helmet, but the live action
scene like that. Okay, maybe a scene like that'd be fine. Okay, but especially that this is set after Return of the Jedi. Like, why would he have to come back as Vader?
No, he'd be a Force ghost. He'll come back as.
Unless they go back to that idea that was like that crazy. Remember that crazy floating idea that Hayden was going to show up in the sequel trilogy there for a while, where he was going to be like half Anakin Force Ghost and then like half Vader Force Ghost.
Thanks,
where it's
Mike
like
Zero.
Yeah, right. Where he showed up as both or whatever. There was actually concept art of that. That wasn't actually Mike Zero. There was actually concept art of that. Yeah, that was legit. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they going back to that concept? Because I don't know what I ever thought of that concept really. Like he split.
Well, no, it wouldn't make any sense once you are redeemed. That is, you are redeemed in the last, in one form. If you, they wrote stuff about it. If you ever get a chance to read Jedi Redemption, it's the same thing there. I mean, he wouldn't come back as Vader because the light side of the Force is what he's being projected in.
I get that, but that's not what they were working on. I mean, they were working on literally splitting him down the middle, where like one half of him would come back as Anakin Skywalker, the good redeemed Jedi, and then one half of him was like this distorted Sith spirit kind of thing. So it was weird, but yeah, I don't see any reason to have to see him in the Vader suit, to be honest with you. I mean, unless it's some like weird thing put together for some reason. I feel like it's fine to just leave him as
Force Ghost is fine. Force
Ghost is fine. Flashbacks are fine. I think that'd be fine. RJ with the $4.99 super chat says, "You laugh, but Paddington is pure
what? Yeah, it's pure,
unadulterated
creepy teddy bear
cinema. Paddington 3 will be the best movie of whatever year it ends up coming out. Just you."
Okay. I would rather dine on my own tongue than see that movie.
I feel like
this is crack, rock cocaine.
I feel like in order to watch this film, I need one of those glasses that doesn't have like a firm bottom with a little bit of brandy in it, a cigar, an ascot, a smoking jacket.
A talking
So I could
bear.
sit there, a top hat and a monocle. I could sit there and look like the Penguin while I drink my brandy and watch the greatest film ever made next to Citizen Kane.
Oh, you know what? This is a good time to bring back this drop for anybody who didn't see it earlier.
That is a joke. I get it. It is not funny, but I get it.
You gotta try sometime.
Sometimes you guys got to bring stuff back. But hold on, never mind. I jumped the gun. Just ignore. Okay, so what is this? Rosario posted a picture of her and Hayden on her Insta, calling him Snips. Deleted it shortly after.
Yeah, because you got it backwards. No.
She got it backwards?
Well, yeah, he called her Snips, not.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, yeah. She can call him Spins.
Sky Guy or whatever the hell it was.
Oh yeah, Sky Guy. Yes, that's Sky Guy. Yes. Look, I'm happy to have him come back. I think that it makes sense with her because there was obviously, they did leave that open, right? Between her and Anakin and what happened in Rebels and everything. So I'm okay with this. I'm generally okay with Hayden coming back, as an idea, just because, like, even though I don't think that he's the greatest actor, and I think he's got a lot to prove if he's going to come back and do this, and hopefully he does. I hope the best for him. I hope this is the time that I see him and I go, wow, man, he just nailed that. This was perfect. This was great. This is what we all wanted to see. But also at the same time, I think it makes sense with her character. The only thing so far that I've heard about all this stuff that I don't want to see is this apparent rematch between him and Obi-Wan. Like, that literally just ticks me off, if I'm being honest with you.
Maybe it's just a highlight reel of Mustafar.
So this is the rematch, dude, of the century.
That battle was long on its own. That was like 30-minute battle, 40
Yeah,
minutes.
I know. But that's things like George Lucas intended. And look, I'm not one of these guys who's always just like, well, George Lucas says that's the only way it could have to be. But George Lucas intended that battle be that iconic battle. You want to talk about like being worried about something taking away from the legacy of something, whatever. That's my concern with whatever that rematch thing is, because you can't tell me that it's going to be more epic than that episode 3 rematch or the episode 3 fight, right? They're not going to do something more epic than the episode 3 fight on the Obi-Wan TV show. So what are we doing here? It just feels like it's taken
Maybe
away.
somebody misspoke.
That's Kathleen Kennedy, man.
I could hope. No, I don't know. I got this
That's
hold
fire.
my beer thing for Ann Sarnoff with Kathleen Kennedy. It's like, oh, you want to ruin a fandom? Hold my beer. I'll show you how to do it.
Yeah, but one of them has had success, and the other one really hasn't. So
No, this is true. This is true.
That's just my big concern with that is I just don't want to see them undo the epicness that was that in episode 3.
Well, that, and I don't want to see Headless Hamill again. If they're gonna bring Skywalker back, recast him as somebody else.
Sebastian
Please.
Stan, yeah.
I don't care anybody.
Or use
else,
better
dude.
technology, for God's sake.
It's something, dude. I just don't want to see Headless Hamill.
That they could have put a paper mask on him so people would go to them. I mean, so many.
They should have just showed old man Hamill. I wouldn't have cared.
Here's the thing: they didn't have to show his face at all.
True.
He had the hood up. They could
Kept
have
the
left
cloak
it
up.
alone, but they just have to do that. They did the same thing in Rogue One, where it was like it would have been fine showing the reflection of Tarkin off the glass.
Dude, I love Tarkin. Tarkin was good.
Tarkin, the more they got cocky, the more that movie went on, it got closer and closer till he looked rubbery and like moist. His skin looked moist and rubbery, old man looking. It was awful towards the end. And the Carrie Fisher thing, the Carrie Fisher thing looked like
hope.
What what am I looking at here? Why did you need to mix actual footage of Carrie Fisher with her daughter? That's what I still don't understand. You literally had the Carrie Fisher footage to go off of. Why did you need to mix that with her daughter to make a new look for? I don't know. It's weird to me, but that's what they did. And so my concern is yeah, dude, I'm right there with you, Brian. Like if they're gonna do this, they did not have to put him in that position where I took a lot of flack for it.
Okay, to be honest with this show, here's the deal. Okay, I want to see the relationship between Ahsoka and Anakin. Of course, I think that would be wonderful to explore, especially since he was redeemed in Return of the Jedi, and he became, a spirit. He became one with the Force. So I mean, I think that would be really interesting. But I don't want to see Luke Skywalker at all.
Me.
What I want to see is the continuation of Rebels. I want to see Sabine come back. I want to see Ezra. I want to find out what happened. I want to give me Thrawn. Like, I want that out of this show. I could care less about what Luke Skywalker is doing with Grogu. Okay, like they could go start their academy, whatever. But what I'm saying is like, I don't want Ahsoka to have any part of that.
I'm gonna watch this show as an obligation, but I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it because I love the characters.
I'm looking forward to it.
The Ahsoka book that came out was amazing. It did a really good job about kind of just bridging a little bit of what happened, not necessarily like the story with Order 66 and stuff like that, but just kind of what happened afterward. So I mean,
I
don't
need
know.
more from this era. Like I need another Die Hard sequel.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it's going to be of that era. I think it's going to be like after Mandalorian season 2. Like that's what I'm hoping for. That's honest to God hope. It continues off of the end of Rebels, which was 5 years after, the BBY 5 BBY or whatever, or
Give me 30 years past the Rise of Skywalker. Give me that or 200.
Yeah, whatever the time.
I'm so burnt out of this backyard. It's like the backyard is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's like every time they write a story, it's like, damn, we use so many of the same characters. We have to start using new faces on these characters because we've used them so many times. That's where we're at with Star Wars for me. And it's like, I watch Star Wars now as an obligation, but it's nothing I look forward to anymore. I used to look forward to Star Wars.
RJ's losing it now. He's like, I swear I'm not crazy. First sign someone's crazy.
He was one of the Ewoks too. There's Paddington. He was CG'd in as one of the Ewoks.
Why are you screaming Paddington's name, RJ?
He's probably doing it in real life.
He's getting angry. He's raging right now. He's like,
he's gonna have on our stream tomorrow. He's
Paddington! It is 4 a.m. I am throwing down for Paddington, bro.
He's gonna have a little hat on tomorrow during the stream for Dune.
He's gonna twist your knob until you get.
Whoa.
Rational skeptic? No. Please no.
What's
Please
this?
God no.
Yuzong Vong.
Hold on.
Yuzong Vong.
Oh.
No.
They're called something different.
No. Here's
why.
why.
I am definitely of the mind that I do not want to see the Yuzong Vong anywhere near this. I did not like them in the books. I thought that it was a cop out. It was just a way of basically telling us we got way too far down the future, down into the line of this, and we ran out of stories to tell and we ran out of things to do. So hey, let's make up
risk.
Let's make up this big bad thing. What I'd like to see, yes, is Thrawn's people.
The Chiss and the Grisk.
Because they're smarter. They're not just some nasty looking alien race, right?
Exactly.
Like they're smart. And
Yuzong Vong's characters, that's where I started to get tired of this era, because you're all right. They just burnt these characters out to the point where it's like, I'm ready to. I want Star Wars. I want more Star Wars. I just want to move so far away from this era that it's new to me again. And the Yuzong Vong era, it was overly depressing. And they basically they ran out of story, so they started to feed on themselves. They cannibalized any meaningful characters that Star Wars ever had anyway. And that's what happens when you stay in your same backyard. You start to cannibalize things. Give me some new Jedi. Give me some brand new Jedi. Give me a different threat. or give me an ancient one. Give me Freedon Nad. Give me XR Khan. Give me characters that are 1,000
Fred.
years. I am so tired. I don't want to hear Skywalker again. I don't want to hear the name Skywalker on a new project again. I don't want to see Solo. I don't want to see any of these guys.
I
I'm done.
agree.
Fred
Like a family
Skywalker, man. I
reunion that
want to see
never
Fred
ends.
Skywalker. I want to see Fred Skywalker.
It's a family reunion where the people don't leave.
Right.
Thanksgiving dinner up. They're still here. Jeez, let's go.
Yeah.
Old Republic.
RJ asked, "Will Luke Skywalker ever meet Ahsoka, and should they ever meet?" Yeah, they'll meet. They'll
course.
they'll have them meet. They gotta put the two together.
They don't have any more ideas.
But
it's gonna be headless Skywalker too.
Yeah, but I feel like by the time that they do that, it's gonna be like, it is what it is. Look, I agree, and I was trying to find the comment, but I can't find the comment back. I tried to go back, and I just can't find it right now, so it might have just eluded me. But can we just hire Sebastian Stan, for God's sake, and just he got Mark Hamill's approval.
Blessing.
Everybody wants him. Like, literally, I'm shocked. Like, everybody was so ticked off over Alden Ehrenreich, but like literally the entire community is like, yes, we want Sebastian Stan to play Luke Skywalker. And like the fact that people are literally willing to let somebody else play the character of Luke Skywalker, and he's got the blessing of the guy himself. We had the moment, right, with Grogu. Just do it. Rational Skeptic, I'd be down for this. I'd be down for a Knights of the Old Republic TV show. There's a lot of great characters from that. So yeah, I would I would
give my left arm for that right now.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, Matt, we're gonna get more Luke. I think it's the interesting question is like, what is Luke gonna look like?
If they fix him.
Mark Hamill just turned 70 this year. The fact that we're refitting him with new faces, that should tell you something. All right? You're refitting your 70-year-old actor. You're refitting because we can't move on.
Wait, hold on. Yes, Bucky Skywalker. That's what I want. RJ says, "What are the Yuzon Vong? I'm not familiar with all the extended universe stuff." Dude, you don't know who the Yuzon Vong? Yeah, some fan you are. Yeah. Okay, RJ.
They were massive, and they literally killed a trillion people.
Whatever, RJ. Whatever, RJ. Don't know what the Yuzon Vong are. Come on,
Google it.
Yeah, you got to go. They're a race of beings who lived out beyond the Outer Rim, and they came. They were from another galaxy, and they came to the Star Wars galaxy, and it was just.
They built him up as I'd be basically this unstoppable army, and then the way the story ended, they just wiped him out in the most ridiculous way. So
yeah, Matt, I'm with you. Hopefully, it's not a deep fake.
Yeah, no. What's that? Headless Skywalker? No, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a deep fake. But yeah, so Anakin's coming back. That's the story right there. Hayden Christensen making his rounds for all those Mike Zero videos that were like, he's coming back for the sequel trilogy. Nope, he's coming back for this. And so
I got burned on those so many times.
Oh yeah. But look, I think the people in general, I took a lot of flack when Luke showed up with the CGI that looked horrible, because I think people were very caught up in the nostalgia of it, and they were just excited to see it. I understand that. I get it. Now I see a lot of people though looking back at it with less than rose-colored sunglasses and saying, oh, you know what, if I'm being a little bit more focused and thinking about this, like, I realize that CGI wasn't that good. I don't really want to see that. I feel like everybody wants to see Sebastian Stan just get hired going forward, because he looks like the guy. He looks like Luke, man. Like, the side-by-side comparisons can't be denied. So just do it. So final question of the night before we say goodnight. RJ here. What Star Wars project are you guys most excited for?
The one that are currently in the works would be the High Republic.
Yeah, some of the High Republic stuff, but anything Dark Side Sith stuff. I don't care about Jedi anymore. I want to learn more about the Sith, because that's the only part that hasn't been expanded.
You got to go way back to actually learn about them, though, because the Sith that we get in the movies is garbage.
I know that, but all the stuff it's all EU, and I don't care about that right now. If they're gonna make new canon stuff, I want to hear about some old.
Okay, but if
Sith.
you want to hear about that stuff, you would have to go EU because the stuff in the movies,
I know.
the Sith in the movie are literally like the junk, like somebody rummaging through the junk and getting some artifacts, and now I'm Sith. I mean,
Well, I think they mentioned Sith like 3 times in the entire trilogy, like in like the whole saga.
Basically, Oscar the Grouch,
Yeah.
rummaging
The Sith-
around like, I'm a Sith now.
the Sith in the movies, all the movies that you've seen are trash compared to what the actual Sith are. So if you want true Sith, you have to go back to the extended universe. Otherwise, you're dealing with like somebody's hand-me-down jewelry that they don't even know how to put on.
Rational, would you like to see Legacy of the Force novels as a TV series?
Nope.
Not really. Not really. Actually, I just want new stories, man. It doesn't have to be new stories. Like I love what they're doing right now in this cross section of time between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens. I'm excited about this. This is what I'm excited for. I'm excited for Boba Fett, for the Book of Boba Fett. How can you not be excited for Book of Boba Fett, for goodness sake? I mean, that to me is really.
I'm like I said, me and you. I'm 3 years older than you.
Okay.
I'm burnt out of this environment. I love Star Wars, but I'm ready to go left or right. I've had Boba Fett literally for most of my life. Boba Fett, all my life, Luke. I love the idea of Star Wars. I'm ready to move to some other things, and I can only get so excited. Like I said, every time they put out a story, their world gets smaller. They're playing in the same backyard since I was a damn 6-year-old.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean, I don't think that it needs to completely move away from anything that's even remotely recognizable. I look, I don't have a problem with them telling new stories. Okay, it's just that and I'm going to be there to support that. But dude, like these are the stories though that need to be told, right? These are the stories that need to be told between these films to flesh out this universe right now and get us to a place where they can move forward and tell other stories.
I was already there, but I guess.
But you're getting some of it too. I mean, you're getting this have you read any of the High Republic?
Yeah. I'm down with the High Republic. I'm down with the High Republic,
Okay.
but just the other stuff that's, like I said.
So you are getting some of that.
Yeah, but it's the other stuff that I'm like, I'm gonna watch it out of obligation because it's what I do and it's what we sell when we're around. But it's like, damn, Luke again. Boba.
But I mean, that's his timeline, though. I mean, that would be the quintessential Luke years.
I want this timeline to go away.
Well, I wanted this timeline 10 years ago.
Yeah, they've had 40 years to tell this story. I understand that there's stories that need to be told, but damn, you had 40 years of my life to tell.
As soon as Disney bought the damn thing, I wanted to hear what happened after Return of the Jedi. That was the only thing I cared about. Tell me what happened after Return of the Jedi, because nobody told us that.
Yeah,
but they never did. And now they're starting to do it.
Yeah,
it's like it's almost too little, too late.
But see, that's all George Lucas.
Star Wars.
Yeah, I know, right? Like that's George Lucas. So like George Lucas just like he never got to tell those stories, and he didn't think that was important. But like for the fans, it was important. So I mean, I think it's important that we get these stories. I think exactly. You only had a sliver of Boba William. Now you get the whole cake.
It's like giving me pineapple cake. I didn't want that cake. I'm okay with the sliver I got. I'm okay. Okay? I'm okay.
I like that dude Vince. He says I agree about moving on. But after Boba Fett.
But then it never ends. It never ends. Your nostalgia is a cycle that is really hard to get out of.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Like once they flesh out this story, though, that they got to fill in that 30 years between those movies, and it's going to take a while. Honestly, understandably, it's going to take a while. Okay, it's absolutely going to take a while. But look at the good job. Like it's taken them this long to fill in the story between Episode 3 and Episode 4. But they're getting to the point where, like with some of this stuff, like they're about filling it up. Okay, there's still some side stuff, like they could do some stuff with Concord Dawn and or Crimson Dawn, I mean, and different things. But the reality is like they're getting to a point where like they're filling up main story stuff really quick in that era. That's why they're moving on to this era. They'll fill that in. It'll take a while.
Be 80. I'm gonna be 80. dealing with these same characters I was dealing with when I was 7.
Maybe, but dude, then we can go see the new Star Wars movie together, and we can go see Man of Steel 2.
Yeah.
Man of Steel 2.
Right? Starting 80-year-old Henry Cavill in Kingdom Come.
Christ. He'll be all CG'd on there. It'll be like deep fake his head on there.
As I said, well, if we have to deep fake Henry Cavill's face on there 30-20, that means it's time to move on. When you have to do these things, that's your sign that it's time to move on.
It's over. Shrug your shoulders and move on.
The clothes don't fit anymore, so it's time to move on. But that's what they think. And like I said, I fear, Star Trek was to a much larger degree, got stuck chasing their own tail because they could not let go of a certain era of Star Trek, and it suffocated that franchise. Now, I don't think it'll ever suffocate Star Wars because it's too huge. But guys like me who grew up with it and are fans of it, I mean, I'm like, not everybody, wants to get stuck, eating off the same plate for 40 years. I mean, maybe I'm strange, but I'm into Star Wars. I'm just done with this era.
Rational Skeptic asks, Enosh, you agree with me, right? The Legends and canon combined has given us enough of these same characters. We need to move into new characters and storylines.
Yes.
Look, I'm all for I'm all for new characters. For sure. I want to see new stories. I'm not against new stories. But I don't think that I haven't been given enough of these same characters. No, because Star Wars to me will always be about Luke Skywalker and Han Solo and Princess Leia and these characters. These are the characters that I fell in love with. Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah, I want to meet new characters. Look, I met Mara Jade in the expanded universe, right? And I love Mara Jade. I met characters like Thrawn now that I absolutely love Thrawn. I love that character. I love these other characters. And so yeah, I always want to meet new characters. But look, Legends, there ain't no more new Legends material coming. I want canon stuff that they show me how this combines with where they went with the sequels, which is what in the end, that's what we'll have. And but here's the thing, it's not either or, because at the same time that you're telling these stories, right, and filling in this stuff for people who want to see that stuff, you can tell stories with new characters, right? But here's the thing, your new characters are going to have to be pretty darn good, because guess what? If you're gonna bet the future of the franchise on some characters, it better be good. Caden here says, like, I'm really looking forward to the Acolyte, for example, right? These other shows that we're getting are going to have to be good. They're going to have characters that people care about. You can't just throw Star Wars on something and say, well, it's new, it's fresh, go watch it.
Well, no, but you can do it. You can put quality in a different era. It doesn't have to. The quality is not restricted to the Skywalker era.
No, I get it. But like at the same time, like where I'd like to see stuff about the Sith of the past, right? Like I'd love to see some stuff with like Darth Bane and Malgus and stuff like that.
See,
I think that'd be cool.
Once again, those guys are they're kind of tied to this new era. You got to go, like I said, the whole religion of it, the whole alchemy of it is what they just left just sitting there, and it's kind of sad because that story could be great.
It's
the Knights of
rich.
the Old Republic from 4,000 years before Luke and Leia is a great story to be told. And it would I think it would translate great, and there's a lot of familiar stuff in there, but it's not familiar to the point where I got to superimpose my childhood heroes on my adult lifetime. I mean, there's just better, there's stories there that be told. I mean, but hey.
Yeah, I'm down with new stories though, with the characters that I grew up loving, and I'm down with new stories with new characters. As far as Boba Fett goes, look, man, I'm a huge Boba Fett fan. I got 120 of these guys. I collect Boba Fett's. I love Boba Fett. So as far as Boba Fett goes, yes, I'm very aware of who Boba Fett is in Legends. Like most things Legends, by the end, stuff was just out of control. stuff was just like they were literally throwing everything in the kitchen sink. They made Luke way too overpowered. They like everybody was perfect. Like probably one of the best things they did was kill Mara. Like even though I hated the fact that they killed Mara, at least that gave some levity to things, right? But I mean, look at even how they killed Chewbacca, for goodness sake. Blowing it by having like a planet collide with or the moon or whatever of that system, like totally killed Chewbacca. I mean, yeah, I guess it was epic and over the top, but you know what I mean? Like they just stuff like that. I understand Legends. I like it. It's great. But I want to. We don't really even know what this Boba Fett's going to do right now with canon, right? I mean, we're getting Book of Boba Fett, where he literally has gone back to Tatooine and he's taken over Jabba's palace. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty amazing, and I want to know that story. No matter what happened in Legends, no matter what Boba Fett was doing in Legends, I want to know this story because you got Tamara Morrison playing the guy. They brought him back. Look, as long as you don't mess with his ship and call his ship, Boba Fett's spaceship instead of Slave One, like it's supposed to be, like I'm good. I just want to hear those stories. I want to be told those stories. I'm always down for new stories. So there you go. So anyways, that's the night, guys. Thank you to everyone who's been in the chat. You guys have been awesome. As always, it's always fantastic seeing you guys and just having the conversations and having those. Thanks to Max who was here earlier. Who did we lose? Somebody else? Who else was here, Brian?
I think it's just Max.
No, it was just Max. Well, no, no, it was Max, wasn't it?
It was William and Max.
Yeah, it was William and Max. Yeah. Well, William came in twice. So thanks, William, for being here. Thanks, Brian, for being here. Love you, man. And you know what? If we learn anything, like don't spend decades, feuding with, a co-star who you never really spent that much time with. Like what you like. Go subscribe to Brian, Master of None.
That's right.
Yeah. Master of Noms, whatever, man. He's got the food channel thing going on. Tell you what, man, that'll probably blow up, dude. You start talking about food, man. People love
That's what I'm saying, dude. Nothing brings people together like food.
I want to talk like Anthony Bourdain.
How are you gonna get mad about pizza?
You guys ever watch a show, Man vs. Food?
All the time.
You know what? They should, like, I just wonder, like, because like the two guys who've hosted that show, because there's only been two now, right?
Yeah, Adam Richman and Casey something.
Yeah. Could they have just like, did they put in that contract like must want to die of food?
They don't. A lot of times they don't actually like finish it. Like Adam Richman, I think he only really finished a couple of them.
But he gained a lot of weight on that show.
Yeah, he did, and he lost it all. And then he got in trouble and lost. He got in trouble and like got into it with somebody on social media and lost his everything.
Did he?
Yeah.
Dang. And
he like fat shamed somebody or something like that.
After that fact? Really?
Yeah. Well, no, because see, I think I don't know the whole details, but there was like a big scandal about Adam Richman, and like he ended up losing all of his sponsorships to like deli meats and all sorts of stuff. Smithfield Foods or something like that. It was
like Poindexter Lounge. Poindexter Lounge brought to you by Deli Meats. Take this deli meat.
Right. Just vague deli meat.
Look at this deli meat.
That's Capicola right here.
It's delicious deli meats. And somebody's getting mad at me for showing deli meats.
I know, right?
And the new guy just kind of doesn't look very healthy either.
Yeah, I forgot what his name is.
I was watching the other day, and like he seems to eat most of the stuff though.
Yeah, he actually finishes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There was a time that I could have probably done that show. Like I won a couple food things. Like I went to a couple of restaurants and did their challenges and won. Like I got free t-shirts and I got my name up on a board and all that stuff. Like I can't imagine doing what I did now, dude. I'd die.
Wouldn't want to do the hot challenges.
Yeah. William, go check out William at the Sci-Fi Center in Las Vegas. Just Google it if you want to, or Sci-Fi Center. Is it the sci-fi center.com?
Yeah, the sci-fi center.com.
The sci-fi.
No hyphens, just all one word.
He'll sell you all the comic books you want. He'll sell you some toys. He'll sell you all some fun stuff. If you're in Vegas, he does these cool events and stuff where you can go and
go to the movies with us.
Go to the movies with him, watch stuff with him, and everything. And so,
Or do our hunt for a serial killer in our plaza.
Speaking of movies, if you are in the Detroit area, I just want to make you all aware of this because I confirmed today Tiffany and I are actually going to this. This is going to be absolutely amazing. You're going to be hearing me talk about it. If you're anywhere near Detroit, you got to see this. This is your opportunity. If you're in the Midwest,
hope they do one of these out here.
If you're in the Midwest to see Zack Snyder's Justice League in Detroit, this is a fundraiser. We did this with same people did this with Batman v Superman, where we raised money for the AFSP. And so this is going to be a great event. November 21st, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League in a theater. And it's a nice theater too. It's a nice theater. You can get your tickets right here. I will once again put this in the chat. I'm gonna be doing this. I forgot to do it at the beginning. What's that?
Are you putting this on?
No. Nope.
I wonder if I can put something like that together in Vegas because we've worked with them before.
Probably can. I mean, because look, a lot of these theaters right now are actually booking things where actually you basically you bring your own Blu-ray, and they just play it. They just play it. You rent the theater for like $100 or whatever. You invite all your friends. You can do whatever you want to do. You know, you could talk to them and make it, for an event for, the AFSP and charge whatever you want to charge, so you got to have that talk with them. But yeah, you can do that for sure. And, because there's a lot of these places that are like, you can pick whatever movie you want. Like, even if it's not like one of their like old movies that they bring back, you can pick your own movie, bring your own Blu-rays, whatever you want to watch, show your own home movies, whatever you want to watch on the big screen, you can watch. Because they just want money. They just need money to stay around.
Yeah, the only thing that sucked about doing it before the restrictions is you could only you could only have up to 20 people. And they've changed that now because things got better. But because I wanted to do this a bunch of times during the height of COVID, but it wasn't cost effective because of the amount of people you were able to have. So
we did ours. We did ours when we watched The Empire Strikes Back, and we could have up to 25 people.
Yeah.
So for 20 people, it was $100. So it was $5 a person.
Yeah. So,
but you had to prepay it. You had to prepay it and then try to get it back. So
yeah. So we wanted to do one for a new movie. I forgot what it was, and it was $250 out here.
Yeah. So, new movies. Yeah, you are right. New movies were more expensive. So, real quick, Rational Skeptic says they must take massive dumps in Man vs. Food. They got some hands for sure.
Or it comes out the other end.
What are you drinking out of a hubcap? What is that? That sounds like
this?
Yeah.
It's it's one of those nice cold tumbler things. It's pretty cool.
Okay, I keep hearing that sound. I used to have one of the things in the Army where you drink out of a little metal whiskey thing.
Next time on Poindexter Lounge, salami sliders. Yes. Anthony, I wish you could too, man. I wish you could get to the States and do that for sure.
I wish I could get to Michigan too.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Well, hey guys, I love you guys. Thank you guys for being with us. Thanks for all your support. Thanks to everybody who gave super chats tonight. Appreciate you guys for sure, and love you guys. Really appreciate what you guys do to support the channel. Just wish we could hear the intermission music. Well, I'm sure I'll document it and we'll have some fun with it. So TX Voodoo, good to see you too. Good night. Good night to everyone. Thank you guys for being here. Remember, like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter, and don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations and to learn from each other. And if you do that, and if you show respect, you treat everybody with respect, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. We appreciate you guys. So thankful to have you all around. Until next time, stay nerdy. Bye-bye.